Good morning. Just taking a little looky-loo through what we got left to unlock. I tried to update research bodies in the hopes that our upgrades would show up again. Because I was hanging out with a buddy of mine, also a streamer here on Twitch, Mr. Gorm, and he's using research bodies and quite a few of the mods that we're using. And he's got upgrades for his, but for some reason I don't have any on mine. So I'm thinking that it's probably community tech tree and maybe probes before crew. Maybe they were lost when when one or the other restructured the tech tree. And unfortunately I wasn't able to fix it with just an update, so might be boned. One workaround that I can think of is to just change the part, because at this point we should have all three upgrades. I'm fairly certain that they all happen in these first few nodes here. So we unlocked the telescope itself here, and then I think we get an upgrade at scanning tech, and maybe I'll wait until we get to long-term science tech or experimental science, one or the other. I don't see any upgrades for it. And then once we get up here, I'll go and figure out where it's supposed to actually be, like what the actual strength should be at this point, and I'll upgrade it. We were talking yesterday about when you're playing GPP and you finally get to the last version, you can start to find like Granus and Robau, the other two stars, and they're way the hell out there. So at max power, I think we should be able to find all of our planets in this. But not if I don't get the upgrades or go in and change something, I think. Good morning, Math and Anadin. 4 months in a row, Anadin. Holy shit. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you, man. We were just talking about maybe going in and editing a part so that we could find the rest of our planets. Because I can't think of any other way to make that happen. Still no update on the Netherdyne University. So one thing that I think I'm going to do today is launch a different research station. We do have a 6-man laboratory. It won't be quite as good as the 8-man laboratory, but better than a 2-man lab. Top of the morning, 685. Good morning to you too, H4. What the hell were we working on yesterday? I think we needed a demo drone, didn't we? Did we still have anybody up on that station? No, I need to go back into the VAB. I'm sure we didn't. Let's launch a demo drone up, and we'll destroy the last science station. We could also delete it. The one that we deorbited, that was being placed up there. But we want it to also be a hotel. So the one that had the Kraken problems, we need to go and get rid of it. So I want to load up our demo drone. It's literally just a little guy that has a bomb on it. And I can't remember if this thing was easy to control or not. So I guess we'll just go find out. I'm just going to launch it into an equatorial orbit. And I got a couple of different thoughts on how we might make our new station, our new science station. I think we can make something that'll look pretty nice. Since we can only fit 6 people per lab, I'm thinking a 24-person station rather than a 16-person station. We'll see how far that gets us. If we have to later on, we might launch a second copy of it. We'll figure that out in a minute, though. Where are we pointed to the south? Ah, because of our test flight. That's why we're pointed to the south. I'm going to go and reorient us. We've done one test flight with this. We had a rogue stage that we needed to get rid of. So if I'm going to the south, I think I just need to rotate the other way, that way. Let's see if that worked. And then I can't really decide what else we should do today. I want to get my stations up because I need those up before we start doing surface experiments. I think we might start working on surface experiments, though. I heard that there's a bug with one of them, the impact test, so we'll be avoiding that one. But I think that kind of goes hand in hand with our lander. There we go. Nailed it. Alright, throttle up, SAS on. Activate the lights just cuz. And go. Start out at a 1:4:4 thrust to weight ratio. Not too bad. This thing should do pretty good. We did only test it the one time though, so I definitely could be forgetting something that I needed to change. So that should be our first booster that goes, I think. Oh, damn. I got my boosters backwards. We're going to be getting rid of that one and that one first. Alright, well, looks like our staging is set up for it, so that's alright. We could always roll for a little bit of safety later on for the second disconnect, but I'm thinking it'll probably be okay. Let's get our AP and PE info up too. AP's only at 10 right now, just past an 11. We're at about 7 kilometers, 30 seconds to AP. Quite a bit of fuel to go. Burn, babe, burn. Alright, about time for that separation. 10 seconds burn left. AP's at about 30k, so I'll nose down a little bit after we separate from this booster. Let's see, boosters. Yeah, I hate that. When I forget a freaking engine. Shit's so awkward. Or forget a fuel line, because that's a little bit harder to spot. Especially when I have really good control surfaces, so I don't actually notice until about this point in the launch. I'm like, oh. Oh. Or I go to separate and I have like a full tank that I'm disconnecting from somewhere. Been there for sure. So I'm just staying at full throttle. Seems like it'll be okay with it. The worst ones are those fucking fuel lines, though. Because I'll see everything burning, and then all of a sudden you start to lose control, and, you know, your weight is so off from one side of the vessel to the other. And if I can't really see all my nozzles, or if I have, you know, a boatload of engines, just a little bit harder to figure out what the hell's going on. Usually your thrust torque for Kerbal Engineer Redux, if you're using it, will kind of give it away, though. You'll have one stage that has some, you know, crazy-ass thrust torque for no reason. My gosh, we're still burning. Let's lay over just a little bit further. Hopefully these solid rocket boosters are lasting this long. And then after that we get rid of our payload fairing. Go ahead and expose the probe. About 5 seconds of burn left. And we're at 63 kilometers, so yeah, let's just deploy our fairing. Get that out of there. Morning, Semi. Or afternoon. I'm gonna nose down just a little bit. It doesn't really matter, we're not trying to recover any of these parts or anything. We're even gonna hot stage the next one. I don't know what our thrust to weight ratio is gonna be, but we've got about 1 minute and 20 seconds before we actually reach AP. Ah, thrust to weight ratio is 1 1.33, so not too bad. So I should probably go through and actually put an explosive on this too, because we have a lot of DV on it. And then we could use it as a kick-out stage for the demo drone if we were to want to blow something up that's all the way out, you know, on its way to a solar orbit or out of one of the moons. And not waste any of its fuel at all. Shouldn't be a big deal for this though. Burn it out of fuel. And start putting in our next maneuvers. I don't think this thing has any long-range antennas, just a receiver. I don't see any anyway. So we don't have anything to deploy or any fiddly bits to worry about there. Just wanted to make sure we had active cooling on the top part because we are going to be using a cryogenic engine for the final probe. But it looks like we're solid. Getting pretty close to orbital velocity, so we'll kick AP out to about 2.5, 3 minutes. Just use the maneuver node to circularize. Way more fuel in here than we actually require for this mission. This is kind of designed to be multi-purpose, send it, you know, wherever we might need it. We're going to be at about 92 or 93 kilometers, somewhere in there. No, we're going to be at 100, a little over 100. Alright, 105. So we just want to maneuver at apoapsis to circularize. I'm going to go ahead and turn off the flight computer and have SAS hold prograde, since we're so close to it. That'll save us a little bit of monoprop later on. Well, 4 later on. Looks like it's on target, so let's time warp. So when I blow up this station, then I think we're going to evacuate the other version of this station, the one with the universities. And we're going to move everybody over into a new science station that we're going to design in just a second. And I want to go with the big build again. Get something nice and beefy up there. 3,000 DV in the final stage. Let's go ahead and kick out this booster then. It will not be necessary. That should be more than enough retro to deorbit that. Fuck me. Here. Okay, RCS on. I want to slow it down a little bit. I want to move us off to the side a little bit. Try to line up with that thing. I'm going to try to deorbit it with the blast of our nozzle here. I accidentally had a stack separator in there. Shit, I don't think that was enough to deorbit it. Balls. So that one's definitely going down, but this other piece of debris is a problem. Since we have a lot of DV, I'm going to see if I can claw into it. Let's go ahead and arm this. This is going to be tricky now that I've moved it so far away. I should have done this the first time. Try and grab it. Then what we'll do is burn retrograde and release it. Get it out of there. Definitely need to get rid of that stupid sack separator. Should be a decoupler. This shouldn't happen. And I totally recall it happening before. But we were so high in space that just the burst of thrust, moving it a little bit in the other direction, was enough to deorbit it the first time, and then I forgot to update it. Give me a second. My mic stand is like falling off of where it's clipped to. Be right back. Oops, did I not mute my mic for that? Sorry about that. I had to take the mic, like, off of the little clip part and lay it down on the desk so that I could reclip it. Should work now, though. Okay. Start our approach. Well, we were already kind of approaching, but we had a little bit of deviation there. I'm hoping this will grab onto it. I really don't know. I've never tried to use a claw to grab a stack decoupler. But the part should have physics applied to it, so it should work out just fine. Speed up a little bit. What a pain in the butt. You were using 4 Saturn V first stages in asparagus staging? Jeez. Sounds powerful. I'm trying to move us out ahead of it. Ideally, for this maneuver, I would like for my target line to be on the horizon so I know I'm right out in front of it. And then hopefully it'll just come right to us. There we go. Over 25,000 KN of thrust? Oh my gosh. Yeah, it does use a lot of RAM though. We've got 32 gigs, and usually with this many mods on a scaled solar system with visual enhancements and all that stuff, we're typically sitting between like 40% and 60% RAM usage. And we do get the occasional crash. It depends on what we're doing, really. Nah, just one that I put together. The parts, for the most part, like, I don't know, that blacksmith thing does kind of screw it up every now and then, but they should be down in the description. Most of the parts for my computer. I used a website called PC Part Picker to go ahead and put everything together before I actually bought the parts. Make sure that everything was going to be compatible. And when I first put it together, I thought I could get away with 16 gigs of RAM because I'm doing a two PC streaming setup. But no, I had to get that extra set of RAM. Grab it. Hello? Grab it. Engage. Are you not armed? You were armed, you son of a bitch. See, I don't know if it can grab a piece that's that small. Get it, grabber. Got it. Nice. Alright. I'm lay happy. Okay, so we're gonna burn retrograde. We're gonna get this thing into a suborbital trajectory. We're gonna release it. And then we'll whip back around. Gonna release that. Fuck you, little guy. And we'll get ourselves back into an orbit. Stupid debris. Gonna be building a new one yourself? Awesome. Hopefully I'll be putting another one together for my girlfriend soon. So let me know if you find some newer parts than what I have that you like. Let's see, I am descending right now. So to circularize this, I want to take care of that first. Let's just assume a higher angle. We'll throttle up just a little bit. And what I'm doing is lowering AP, building up a little bit of horizontal velocity, and also kicking PE further out. And I'm hoping that I can kind of average these two out. Main thing, though, is just to get PE above 85k. Yeah, we don't like debris, do we? Now that we have it over 85k, we can just lock onto radial out. We should be able to circularize. Oh, I'm ascending again. Okay. Radial in it is. Yeah, PC Part Picker is really good. Got to 100 meters and you couldn't get any closer. What were you trying to do? Now I'm starting to descend, so I just need to wait until I actually get to PE or AP before I circularize. And I do want to do that. I could kind of average it, so I just passed AP. I know I'm heading downward. And we could go maybe 10 degrees outward and try to circularize this, but we don't actually have to because of the mods we're using. I can just throw a maneuver node absolutely anywhere, tell it to circularize, and let the flight computer do all the work. I want to be in a really nice orbit so that when I go for our target, we're going to go blow up a space station. When we go for that target, I want to be able to set one maneuver node and then just put it anywhere inside of our circular orbit and have my AP remain the same. And that way all we got to worry about is timing. Trying to dock and it just didn't work yet. So the biggest things when you're going in for a docking maneuver or like that, where we were trying to grab that piece, is to switch your nav ball over to target and then kind of stop watching what's going on up here and focus directly on this. You want to line up your target marker with your little chevron here, and you want your prograde or your retrograde to be right on it too. If your target marker is in front of your little notch here, and your prograde or retrograde is right on it, you're moving directly toward or away from it. And that's also how you want to cancel out relative velocity. If you just wanted to match its speed. So anything that's within about 40 kilometers should be a pretty easy thing for you to dock to. All you gotta do is take care of deviation. So, to take care of deviation, since I was approaching a target that was in a lower orbit than I was, it's going to be going faster than I am, and it's going to deviate. So to get rid of that, I just pointed directly inward, and I got our target right on the horizon, so then there shouldn't be any deviation. It's coming directly at me. Use the debug menu, and then you can just get a TARDIS. That would work. That would do it. So we're now circular at 103.8 and 103.7. And I'll show you exactly what I mean with the whole docking thing when we get up to our station that we're going to blow up. Oh shit, which one was it? I believe it's Science Station 1. So real quick for safety, I want to switch over to it. I want to make sure that the station's evacuated. I don't want to blow it up with people on there. I don't even want my explosive anywhere near it while there's people on there. And I'm positive that we got rid of them, but I've been wrong before. What the fuck have I just done? How did I accidentally switch to a telescope instead of our station? Whoops. So we're blowing this station up because it's got some issues with part clipping, and the Kraken's munching on the bottom of it. So we went and redesigned it. We have a whole another station that we're going to replace it with. All we really had to redesign was the bottom part of it that was blown up. So we'll see if we get any Kraken going on here. Oh, it's looking very Kraken-y. Nope. No explosions. It's all of these parts that we have down in here. It's actually an antenna and a light. Ugh. So this poor thing needs to go. I just want to make sure there are no people on it. We're totally clear for the next part of our mission. Switch back over to our demo drone. Not the debris. What? Side probe lifter? How the fuck? That ore scan? Okay. Now the game's just fucking with me. Fuck it. If I have to, I'll switch to something else that's closer. There we go. Switch to the demo drone. I think I might have too many things in a low orbit there. Maybe. Just maybe. So we know that our target is at about 500 kilometers, and our next move is just to raise our elevation to match it. Hopefully not. Hopefully the way that this explosive works will be okay. Although I was thinking about watching that movie again sometime soon. I had a couple issues with it, but it was pretty good. I like Gravity. So we're going to aim for 500 kilometers. We're going to select Science Station 1 as our target. And we're just looking for a good opportunity to match its elevation, which actually is going to be a while from now, because unfortunately I needed to probably go straight from the ground up to the target. Well, maybe not. I did fuck around with that stupid stack decoupler for a while, but I missed my best window, so now I'm going to have to wait for a couple of orbits to get back into position. Actually, I don't, do I? Yeah, we have 3,000 meters a second of DV, and we don't need a return trip, so let's go ahead and just get rid of this maneuver node. Let's do another one. Let's see, we're out in front. Let's do another one here. Let's see if 3,000 is going to be enough for us to just go directly to it. I'm going to put it right on the ascending node, which is about 3 minutes away. I'm going to adjust our angle. Am I going the right way? Yeah, from radial outward. Don't want to adjust our speed. I want us to be approaching AP and losing speed so that the target will hopefully catch up to us. I'm going to adjust our angle and slow down. Let's see if we can meet up with that thing. I have to be able to undo whatever I'm doing here, so if I have 3,000 DV, I can only invest 1,500 into this maneuver. So I might just end up having to wait. Well, it might be okay. Nah, it's not gonna happen. Gonna end up having to wait. Because once I go past 1,500, I won't be able to cancel everything that I've done, recircularize, and match speed with the target, so... Bummer. So, probably somewhere in here, in a couple of orbits, we want to go up to 500 kilometers. We gotta make sure that this doesn't conflict with any of our other maneuvers that are coming up. We should be okay though, we have like a 4-day window here. It definitely won't take 4 freaking days. Whoops. Right in there. That would give us a separation of about 17. Let's get that down to about 2. I know that my inclination is off a little bit as well, so there's going to be a rather high minimum compared to normal. Ah, fuck it, we'll go with 10. Why not? Tell the flight computer to execute that when we get there. I'm not going to have the flight computer do anything else, though. I want to make sure that SAS... off? I want SAS to hold us on prograde. And we'll get her done. That's about a 2.5 hour wait. What else do we have that we can do in 2.5 hours? I think we deorbited the previous crew. They're out of there. Are there any other maneuvers that we needed to do? What else do we have in this low orbit? Ah, our science probes. Yeah, fuck it. Why not? Let's get those off, at least get their maneuvers in. Good morning, Pat. You have to sacrifice Valentina on a station so it has a pilot? Oh, God. That's no good. There's no way you can give her an escape pod to get out of there once you get your station where you need it to be. If you're going into a solar orbit, all you gotta do is poke out into the solar orbit, turn back around, and undo what you just did to get back into the sphere of influence of the home realm. So these are two little probes that I'd previously already done the maneuver for, but there was kind of a problem. I just want to make sure that the middle tanks are empty and the outer tanks are as full as possible. I'm going to do a quick save too, because this is a little janky. And we're going to get rid of our central drop tank. I need to switch my my control over to one or the other of the probes themselves, and I've got Action Group 0 set up to do that, I hope. Yeah, it's Action Group 0. It's definitely not Action Group 1. I just clipped through all kinds of shit. Alright, well, luckily no explosions there, since we're part of the same vessel. Will everything stop what they're doing? Toggle you. Toggle you. Get out of here. It's a good thing I made that quick save. We're gonna go ahead and ditch the center part here. Bye, center part. And we're holding prograde, so that should just go away. So I had a problem before where I wasn't controlling it from the correct part. And I don't know why. Let's switch over to our other one. Not that one. Oh, you jackass. Oh, real quick, let's check that thing's PE. Make sure that it's not going to be debris. Oh no, that thing's definitely going down. Okay. It's out of here. So one of these guys to go for a low flyby of one moon, and the other one's going to go to the other moon. And then, just to save us a launch, they're both part of the same vessel. What have I done? Does one of these not have an explosive? They both have explosives. Why do I only have one in the... Ah, because they're separated. It's a good thing I'm pretty, because I'm fucking stupid. It's fine. Okay, so this one is not being controlled by the correct point, and that's what I wanted to check. I had assumed that this one was working right, but this one, I don't know what the hell it's being controlled by. So Action Group 0 should take care of that, and then they should both be ready to go. Got your pass down to 500M? Oh, I'll show you how to get there from 40 if you want. Typically, I try not to get my my actual intersect too low, because I never want to be in a potential collision. And I think, let's just go for the inner moon with this one. We'll get these done real quick, and then we'll switch back over to the demo drone. This orbit's pretty good. This should be fairly simple. I'm gonna go a little bit faster. I'm gonna move this out in front of the moon. Potential collision is the only docking option. I like that. So by moving the maneuver node, I want to get PE to as close as I can, and then we'll use speed to do the rest of it. I could also adjust my angle. Apparently I'm coming in at an odd angle. I think I'll just do it with a later adjustment though, honestly. because I'm sick of telling these things what to do. So I want it to have an encounter where we're going to arrive at the moon lower than 30 kilometers. I want to set up for both a high, I want space high and space low, all in the one maneuver if I can. So let's go for something like 24, that way if it's a little bit too high or a little bit too low, it's still okay. It's going to be 18 minutes before we actually perform that maneuver. I'm going to have the SAS go ahead and get us on target. Yeah, if you switch this over to target, then if you were to zero out whatever number is there, you're matching speeds with your target. So you want to use your target prograde and retrograde to align yourself with it for your approach. And then once you're right next to it, right about where you might want to park, then you go and zero that out, reorient, prepare for your docking maneuver. Alright, we need to be in the opposite end of our orbit before we actually execute this. I'm hoping that little guy doesn't come back over to say hello. But they should have a deviating orbit with no cross. The two probes, I mean. From 110 kilometers, I think we'll be fine. I just need to make absolute sure that I don't accidentally push PE under 85k so that we end up going back within the atmosphere. Because it's awkward. Yeah, we'll be fine. Ooh, this thing could use a little bit of balance. Thankfully it didn't need to dock with anything. I'd actually gone to try and correct that, and apparently it didn't work for shit. So I don't know why it's having such a hard time holding on to onto the target. But I don't think I want it using up all my monoprop. I'm gonna turn that off. As far as I recall, we did eliminate all of our thrust torque with these, though. So that kind of blows. Let's go to map mode and see how it's doing. Still got a ways to go. Mr. Jack, 15 months. Another month bites the dust. You're right. Watch it pass you at 85 meters a second. So when you're first approaching, consider your distance and your approach velocity. If you deviate from your retrograde and your anti-target marker, you can change the angle of your approach, and you want to keep that relatively close to your target, and you can even compensate for drift. If you just time warp a little bit before you do anything, you'll see how that's going to deviate, because your anti-target and your retrograde will start to move away from one another. Ooh, let's see how it did. Did pretty good. It just needs to go a little bit further, so we'll turn off the flight computer. Go ahead and hold prograde, and we'll just burst forward to speed up a little bit. So if your target's here, and you're all lined up with your, your anti-target, and you're all lined up with your retrograde right on it, and your target starts to deviate this way, just move your retrograde in that direction to try and compensate for it. Wait a minute, really? I don't have any forward-facing nozzles? What kind of podunk bullshit half-assed build are we using right now? Well, go ahead and flip around. Try and just use my monopropellant to lock this into where we need it. But I don't have my nozzles in the right spot. That'll do. Go ahead and turn off RCS, and I want the flight computer to have a follow-up maneuver to circularize. We won't worry about the angle, it shouldn't matter. We're using a mod called Remote Tech, so if I lose connection with this thing and it's on the opposite side of the moon, I won't have line of sight. And we do have a couple of telescopes, scan satellites that can bounce a signal around the moon to us, but I have no guarantee that they're actually going to be in the right spot. So I want to make sure the flight computer has that maneuver put in, just in case I don't have any active control. And that one's totally on its way. We better do the Minmus one, and then we'll go over some docking stuffs. It's actually really easy to dock. Just kind of wrapping your head around, you know, exactly what's happening. And having the right information to be able to do what you want to do. So this little guy, same as the previous one, but different. This one needs to go over to Minmus. This is going to be slightly more difficult. If I'm lucky, we can line it up on the descending node. Because if I can time this perfectly to where Minmus is at the ascending node point, and we do our launch from the descending node, I should be able to hit it right about at the equator. And not have to invest any DV into an inclination change. Otherwise, the easiest way to do it is to match inclination first, and then just go for an orbit, just the same way that you would do it with the MUN. So I can hit it on the backswing if I do it this way. Oh no, I'm not. I'm gonna end up getting there just a little bit before the moon will. So let's reverse that, and let's wait. See if we can get a good encounter here. The most important thing is that I hit right in front of its orbit, if at all possible. See if I can get that encounter back. We're gonna have some interference from the other moon, apparently. And if I can, I would like the exact same thing that we had before. With the other moon. So I'm adjusting my angle and I'm adjusting my speed. Shit, it's very touchy. And I'm looking to line up with just a really low flyby. I think I can live with that. I think it'll work. I will probably do 2 maneuvers, though. No, I need to adjust angle, too. I think I can do it more efficient. There. So it's kind of adjusting angle prematurely. Fuck it. Polar orbit will work. Even better. Yeah, screw it. That's what we'll go for. So that's going to be about a day before we actually have to execute that maneuver. We'll just get the probe out into the light, and then we'll go back over to the demo drone. I want to get the probe out into the light so we don't switch over to a probe that's totally out of power. That'll work. Okay. If I can find it. There it is. Back over to the demo drone, we're gonna time warp through about an hour and a half. Hello? Demo drone. Switch 2. Please. Pretty please. And we're going to break down all the different things that you need to consider when you're going for a dock. Do a little bit of a crash course. It's pretty easy, though. I think I like it. Alright, let's just start our time warp. We should only be burning prograde, so I've just got the flight, the SAS holding us prograde, even though our target marker is telling us what direction we're going to actually be holding. Should all be about the same. We got a time warp through an hour and a half. Wonder if it's faster for me to just switch to something else. Yeah, it's pretty fucking slow. Let's go to something else that's in a higher orbit. We'll go over to our second space telescope. Then instead of time warping at 50, I think we can time warp at 1,000. And we're using Kerbal alarm clock, so we can just jump directly over to the probe when we're 3 minutes to the maneuver. Oh yeah, much more better. Sweet, and it's even going to be out in the sun. Go ahead and jump back over there. We're about a minute out from the 3-minute warning. Oh, we can get rid of that Station Science 1 alarm, too. Don't need that anymore. We went ahead and just burned retrograde and deorbited the thing. It seems like it'll be a good build, though. We shouldn't have to worry about any cracking issues with that one. Let's go ahead and also get rid of the next alarm. That's about a minute out. And we'll time warp up to the actual maneuver. So if you're using Kerbal Alarm Clock, I highly suggest that you just make it easy on yourself and use the alarm to give you kind of a heads up on when you're going to have the separation so that you don't time warp too far. If you're not, then, I don't know, good luck. We'll go ahead and turn off the flight computer for now. We just want a maneuver node up here. Oh, another thing that we can do to kind of dial this in. Let's enable SAS. and we'll hold prograde, because we do have forward and rear facing monopropellant nozzles. Our current separation is going to be 10.4, and if we're holding prograde, we should be able to minimize that a little bit. It depends on how close your inclination is to the target, because if your inclination's off, you're going to have some deviation there. Whoop. Come on, view. Oh, just a little bit of monopropellant, we were able to get an encounter that was about 2.5 kilometers closer to the target. I think 7.5 will be fine. And now we want to hold retrograde. No, we want to hold prograde, my bad. And then just to make our time warping safer, we'll throw a maneuver node in here. Doesn't matter what the maneuver node's for, but essentially what you're doing once you get up that close to the target is matching its orbit. So just a maneuver node to circularize should be pretty close to what you want to actually do. I'm going to tell that to go ahead and execute it. We're not going to actually allow it to execute it, but we'll tell it to. We're just going to use that for an alarm so that we can time warp up to it. We should see our target approaching from the back, since we're in a lower orbit. Alright, so we're 3 minutes out from where we had our closest intercept. There's our target, 47 kilometers away. This will be perfect. We're going to go ahead and get rid of that. We're going to get rid of our maneuver node. All we're going to use is the nav ball. So we want to switch it over to target, and I want to not go into a fucking spin like an idiot, because we want to do all of our maneuvers from the anti-target and the retrograde marker. So what I was talking about by compensating for deviation, let's get this lined up to the horizon. And if I have that right, nope, I don't. It's easier with a cockpit. Look right there. There we go. When I hit S to nose up, I just want to make sure that the craft is actually nosing up. That just makes interpreting what you're doing with the nav ball much easier. This is all going to be opposite. So right now my retrograde is above the anti-target, so I'm approaching below the target. So we've got an approach speed of 240 meters a second. We don't want to eliminate that, or we kind of waste a step. We're 32 kilometers away from it, but what we do want to do is figure out how it's going to deviate. So let's do just a little bit of time warp here. Okay, so I want to move my retrograde marker. I could see that the anti-target was moving this way. I want to compensate for a drift by moving that retrograde marker to the opposite side of this. Kind of try to aim for where it might be by the time we get there. And I don't want to kill off all of our approach speed, otherwise I have to speed back up. So I don't want to be on retrograde, but I do want to push retrograde to where I need it to be. We're going to mostly match speed. I also want to eliminate side-to-side drift, so I'm staying off to the side of this a little bit until it gets directly above or below my anti-target. So that's the first step, and then we'll go ahead and lock in on retrograde. We want that 65.7 to be there because we still have 13 kilometers left in our approach. So ideally, if we were closer and we were at lower speeds, we would do what I did before, where we just move move either in toward the planet or away from the planet, and we get directly out in front of it. We're just going to come in from the side. Let's go ahead and time warp and do another correction. That'll kill off a little bit more of our approach velocity, because we want to continuously kill a little bit of that off as we get closer, but we never want to kill all of it off until we're right where we want to be. Lock on retrograde. Always lock on retrograde after you make a maneuver, and that way if you time warp too close to your target, for one, never put your retrograde marker on your anti-target, because that's a collision. You don't want to time warp too long and hit the goddamn thing. So you never want it directly on it. But we do want to move it a little bit closer every time we do this. That way we're totally in control of what's going to happen. And then we lock onto retrograde just in case anything goes south. All we got to do, as long as we're on retrograde, is go full throttle and try to zero this out. That way we stop everything, reassess, and take the next step, whatever needs to be done. So let's get within physics range. And there may be an explosion, especially at 50 times time warp. Hopefully not. I didn't see any explosion. We know that this vessel has Kraken issues, so definitely could have been an explosion. And get lined up again. And that's as close as I ever want retrograde to be to the anti-target. Just for safety, even if I were to want to approach the other way, right now this is below the anti-target, so we're going to be approaching above the target from our current orientation, like our current view. If I wanted to go the other way, then I actually want to push this out to the side, push it up, and push it back into place. I never want that right directly on it. Alright, let's hold retro. We're all the way down to 4.4 meters a second of approach speed, which is a little bit lower than I probably should do. And now, since we're going so slow, and since we're locked on retrograde, we can just use I, J, K, and L to change our approach vector. And then we can safely guide ourselves into wherever we know we want to go. So for this vessel, I know that I want to connect to one of the end parts because I want to blow this whole thing up, and it's going to blow them up in sequence from child part all the way down to the root part. Grandparent, child, starting there, and then all the way through to the root part. So I know that I want to be on the top of it. But let's say the top of it were facing directly away from me. I've moved it off to the side, up, and over. I'm going to go ahead and approach from, whichever angle is going to be the easiest for me. If we were going for a dock, then I wouldn't really want to dock there. Then I have to stop, flip around, and approach. I would want to dock over on the other side. So to do that, I want to guide the vessel around to the target until I'm in my parking spot. And we just do that locked onto retrograde and using our monopropellant nozzles to change our vector until we're in the position that we want to be in. And then if it's going a little too fast, we just throttle up, kill off some of our approach velocity, and continue on. So for this thing, I want it to be on the opposite end of the root part pretty much. So I'm going to want to dock this, attach this right to the top there. So when I'm going in for a docking maneuver, I would select the docking port as the target. I don't think that's going to be an option for this. I can set that as the target, but it's going to target off to the side because of the nature of the part. But I can still use that for reference. So to match speed, I just want to zero that out. Then typically I want to match up with the angle of whatever I want to dock to. And I know that this was left pointed upward. So I want to line up south. Just make sure I got the right line here. Right on the 180 there. And there's been a little bit of deviation with this, so it's not going to be on perfectly. But it should be pretty freaking close. Let's go ahead and back up. So I'm going to burst forward with my monopropellant nozzles. And I know that my target is off this direction. So I'm moving away from my target because I've retrograded my nav ball, but I want to be moving away from my target. I want to be moving upward and toward my target, sorry, so that needs to be on the opposite side. Fudged it up. There we go. We've definitely got clearance, so let's kill off our upward momentum. We'll go with prograde, but I want my prograde to be on the opposite side of my target. Because the whole point here is to move the target in front of my little chevron there, my indicator. So say I wanted to stop. Say I wanted to match speed with it right now. I want to move prograde right in front of me, and then I want to burst backward. And now I've matched speed just with my target. I'm no longer approaching or moving away from it, other than the deviation in our orbits. But we do want to approach, so we'll go forward a little bit, and we want to move the prograde on the other side of the target marker. And then we can just visually see when we're going to be in the right spot. And I do kind of have to correct because the station's not pointed directly upward the way that we left it. So I don't really want to move that all that much. I can kind of slow our rate of approach by moving it closer to the actual target. I could put it on the target, but then I'm relying on my approach speed to be low enough so that I go directly from here to here. So it's a little bit safer to get your side-to-side stuff out of the way first. And then all you got to worry about is forward and back. So we'll just go on the opposite side of the target marker till the target's right in front of us. Oh, and I forgot that the target's kind of off to the side. My view is not oriented properly again. Let's go ahead and match speed, and we'll take care of that. So, like I had done before, when I hit S to nose up, I want my view in that same orientation. So I just want to switch my camera view over until I find one that's right on. You can also do locked, but I find it a little disorienting to be locked onto the probe itself. So it's easier for me if I just rotate the vessel, especially if I didn't properly orient my probe core to begin with. Orient the vessel around, figure out where I'm going to nose up. So that's perfect. Right with the horizon. We'll go ahead and approach again. And I know that I want to go up and left. How's it going, Slip? And as soon as that's right in front of me, I just want my prograde right in front of me as well. But I'm not actually going for the target that I don't want to hit that. I want to hit that. So I need to go up a little bit and kind of disregard what my nav ball says. Even without the target, though, I know exactly where I'm going because of my prograde and retrograde markers. Is this not armed? I just bounced off of it for some reason. There we go. Now we got it. So we just attached a bomb to a big-ass station, and now we're gonna blow the fucking thing up. Still no mods and you landed on the moon? Nice. Are we in space? We are in space. Alright, 3, 2, 1, blow. Apparently 3, 2, 1, blow again? There we go. Self-defense initiated. Self-defense, no, self-destruct. Now, if we're lucky, what it's doing is going around to all the child parts throughout the whole vessel, and it's going to blow them all up in sequence until it gets down to the last few, and then it hopefully won't leave any debris. So there goes all of our nozzles on the probe. And we'll check map mode. I want to make sure nothing survived. We had to blow that up because the alternative was to send an engine and a bunch of fuel up there attached to it and burn retrograde so that we could deorbit it. I think the stream's getting botted? Well, if you find any bots or anything, report them to Twitch, man. We had one guy that came in here and found like 3 different people that made their accounts the exact same day, and there were more that showed up later, so just make sure that you report them to Twitch. Like, click on their name and report, and just tell Twitch that you think it's a botted account, and they'll be able to find them. Yeah, it is way more fun. Mostly, though, it's just cheaper. It's way cheaper for us to load up a tank with liquid hydrogen and a bomb, and send it up there and attach to the damn thing, than for us to load it up with the liquid fuel and oxidizer, because we'd need a fairly high thrust, and then burn retrograde, and plus, you know, then it would take a little bit more time too. So I was just waiting for that message that the vessel was destroyed. Let's check map view. I want to make sure that there's no more debris, because that would defeat the entire purpose, right? But we look good. We look pretty good. So that lifter's the one that's going up next. Let's work on our replacement station. So we'll go down to the Space Center. I don't think we had any other satellites that we need to put up there, so... Form a KSP demolition company? That would be a fun job. I have had to do that in the past. That's why I'm so freaking nitpicky about how much debris we leave anymore. Because eventually there's just so much shit out there that I end up having to send a drone up. How did we get up to 718 science? I don't understand that. Is there any way to see, like... Oh, we must have finished out one of our scan satellite contracts. That was our one mission that we failed. We lost 2 of our tourists. Oh, nice! And we also got credit for creating a network over Minmus, even though we technically didn't. So it was probably the low-resolution ScanSat survey of the moon. I think these are the last ones that we completed, right? At the end of the list? I don't know if it actually organizes this or not. But I think while we were dicking around with all that stuff, we had an accidental network for Minmus, and our first low-resolution altimetry scan satellite finished out its mission too. So we didn't get much science for either of those, but we're using a mod called Strategia that gave us a bonus for local science. So no matter what we're doing, we get a bonus percentage on our science, and then with pilot focus, if there's a pilot involved... Wait, no, is it not pilot focus? Oh, it's private industry. With private industry, we get additional science on any contract reward. So that put us up to 718. I wonder if there's anything that we need. I am a little tempted to grab the radiators and the bigger heat shield. Because we have that one crew transport that's having some overheating issues on re-entry. And I'm hoping that a radiator might be the ticket to fixing it. What is this? Huh. I wonder why that's down here instead of up in... Oh, is it remote controlled? No, it's got a crew capacity of 3. I wonder why it's not up in this line with all of our other command modules. We also get a discount too, so a lot of these nodes don't cost as much as they normally would. Jeb's in a freaking cruise missile? Oh no. Do you have back problems? Aw, he went there. I don't think we need solar though. I think we can live without that. That one's a little tempting right now. Long-term habitation is also a little tempting. I think the main thing... Is there any other laboratory that I can get? If I can get a... I do want to grab those panorama observation modules for our other station, too. So I can get the mobile processing lab, but that's only a 2-person lab. I don't think I have any better ones than the Mark III. The Fate Deep Space Laboratory is only a 3-person lab, too. Unfortunately, we're going to need some sort of a replacement for our 8-person labs until that mod gets fixed up a little bit. We're using external fuel ducts. Just kind of think about, like, you know, what parts do you want to shed first? Usually your biggest parts are what you want to shed first. So that's where you want to originate your first set of fuel ducts, and then just kind of figure out where you want them to end and lead them around until you end up on that one. So if you're gonna shed 4x4, make sure that your symmetry matches up the way that you're gonna use your fuel ducts. Detach your side boosters and reattach them in the same symmetry that you're going to want to use your fuel ducts. So if you have 4 boosters and you want 2 of them and then the other 2, attach them 2x2 and then run your 2 fuel ducts to the other boosters and then from that booster into the center stack. But it's way easier with symmetry. The other way to do it is just to get rid of symmetry altogether and put them in 1 by 1. And that works. Like, if you're taking an existing vessel and you don't want to update any of the rest of that stuff, but you're going to make your staging and everything a little bit easier to go through, too. Ooh, is that a lab? No, that's a saddle tank. I don't know if we actually have any other laboratories, and I'm not really sure if we have any better ones, but if we do, then I want them now. Nope, they should pump upward. Only thing that is going to matter is distance, so every now and then you'll have to take a little bitty tiny tank and have your fuel duct lead to that tank to bridge the gap between where you are and where you want to go. And then just make sure that you couple that appropriately. Get rid of it when you're getting rid of the feeder tank. No, I don't see... Oh, wait, what? What is this? Oh, that's a Mark III passenger module. I'm not seeing any. Alright, so if those aren't going to be a thing, and if we don't go for the radiators, then I want to go for metalworks, or fuel systems, or experimental rocketry. I don't think that we're going to need nukes, but I do want the Griffin Century. And it also has the Titan V, too, which is half as powerful as the overpowered Griffin Century. Ooh, a Tharsis cryogenic rocket engine. I hadn't actually noticed that one before. I don't know if I had that in previous playthroughs. Buzzard's really good, too. We get the Merlin and the RS-68. All very good engines. How much is that going to cost? 680? I gotta get a prereq for it, though. So let's go ahead and grab the prereq now. We've got our science couple of science probes that are on their way out, and one of them that's on its way back right now. That'll give us a hell of a lot of science. 344, so I'm a little bit short of being able to grab the panorama as well. And then I think we'll grab all these later. How much is heat management? We'll grab it. We'll grab heat management and give us a couple of radiators to work with. So, for a replacement station, our best laboratory that I've seen so far is going to be a 6-man Mark III mobile processing laboratory. So this is going to get a little funky. I think what we'll do is just a hub, probably, that leads out to it, and then an adapter to the Mark III, and then probably a viewing coupler or something on the end of it. So let's load up a subassembly for the 2.5 meter probe core. And that's just got a battery, it's got a monoprop tank, 2 little gyroscopes, and 2 different kinds of probe core. I have the additional SSTU probe core because it's smarter, it's got better upgrades, and I'm using the Octo because there's a problem that I'm having with Scatterer and SSTU at the moment. So to get around that bug, I just can't use an SSTU part as the root part, so I'm just using the Probodyne. But I could use anything, it doesn't really matter what it is. Oh, and also, regular probe cores can use the Remote Tech flight computer, and I'm not sure if the SSTU one can. So there is one thing that I want to change because we've had previous Kraken issues with this Kerbal Engineer chip being where it is. So I'm going to move both of these, hopefully the same distance apart from one another, and I'm going to try to get it so that that antenna isn't clipping into anything. Now it's still going to kind of clip into the Octo, so let's just pick that up and put it on the edge. This isn't really going to fit on the edge. Maybe I'll relocate both of them down to here. Okay, that's got plenty of room. That should work. So this is going to be a station. I do want it to remain crew passable for as far as possible. We're going to lose crew passability here, so I want this either at the very top of it or the very bottom. We'll probably go with the bottom. So underneath this, I think we'll mostly copy the previous station designs that we've been going with. Let's throw in some food cans, so we're using life support. And I like the look of these ones a little bit more. Now I'm all nervous about anything clipping through anything. Like the fact that that tank kind of clips through the top of this. Oh, and to save that as a subassembly, the root part is actually the service bay right now. So let's reroute to our regular probe core, the Probodyne. And I think it's facing the wrong way too. Let me put it out on the launch pad. I think it's facing the 180. I want it to face toward the 90. But I'm going to move that, well, actually I'm probably going to get rid of that capacitor. And I'm going to move it underneath the tank. Try to make sure that the tank is only clipping through the service bay and nothing else. It's got kind of a curvature to the bottom of it, so, but I don't want a gap in between the two that we can see from outside. Yeah, I'm pointing at the 270 line. I want to be pointed at the 90 line. So I'll just flip the probe core around. Then we'll keep trucking. This really shouldn't take too long. This is going to be a fairly basic station compared to some of the other ones. So just flip that around. I want a copy of this, but not until after I've configured it for holding supplies. And we're going to go with three food cans on this one. Because all of our previous stations have 2 food cans, which is about 30 days worth of food for 16 people. But I think we're going to go for 24 people on this one. So we'll get it over to supplies, and I'm going to make a copy of it. And I can just go right up on top. We're going to go for 3. Now, we're trying to also make this into a hotel. I want it to be basically a subsidized research station where somebody else is paying us to put it up there, and then we're going to use it for our own needs. And we can also use it to make money by bringing tourists up to it through the... what's the name of that contract pack? The Tourism Plus contract pack. So the main features are going to be a couple of cockpits, which are in the Mark III configuration. And there are mobile processing lab, which has a crew capacity of 6, so it should be able to process science fairly quickly. And I want like 4 of these. And then we'll figure out what we need to add for our habitat stat. We're going to want our target number of curveballs for this station to be somewhere around 50. So we know that we're going to want that. We know that we're going to have hubs. We're going to need docking ports, and I'm going to go for more docking ports than we usually have. Usually I have 2 docking ports and 1 airlock. I'm going to go for 4 docking ports with this. 2 for science crew, and 2 for tourism. So I'm thinking... I don't know, I also need farms, don't I? Farms, recyclers, and we'll cover up all of our windows with little viewing cupolas. Potentially nomomatics. Let's grab a couple of those. And then for habitat, depending on how much, how close we are to our 50-person mark, we're probably going to end up going with blimps. Inflatable habitat modules. Let's see, and while I'm here, I might as well also grab the airlock, because it's probably the one that we're going to use. That also gives us an additional docking port. Good morning, Pops. And then we'll come back in here for lights after I forget it a couple of times. Won't need parachutes. Yeah, I think we're on the right track. So, I'm gonna have to pull the contract up, but I'm pretty sure we need about 20,000 electric charge storage. We'll probably grab that through this part. It's the cheapest and most efficient one that I have overall, size-wise. It stores about 6,000 electric charge at only 0.3 tons. And then I also want to upgrade our capacitor to the super lithium battery. I may have to leave that external though. Now we'll just size it down. So I'm going to get rid of this one. Did you have antennas or anything on you? Not anymore. So you can go. I'm going to scale this down. And it looks like I won't have room to put 2 of these in here, but that's okay. One of them is good enough, I think. It depends on how much power we end up consuming with the laboratories. And I'm pretty sure that's all we're going to actually put inside of this thing. We've got 1 Omni antenna here. We'll have the super lithium battery, which only, since I downsized it, it's only going to give us 208 kilowatt hours, but a kilowatt hour is over 1,000 electric charge per kilowatt hour. So that's over 208,000 electric charge storage. But the contract doesn't know that, so that can be closed. Looks like I can't change the color. And then to attach these, I need a surface attach point. I'll find it eventually. One of these guys. Actually, I want 4 of these guys. And then we also need 4 antenna to satisfy our contract, so we'll just use the relay antennas. Let's go ahead and size that down a little bit. Install our batteries on them. That puts us at 25,000 electric charge storage, 4 antenna, so we've satisfied the contract so far. I'm going to move these subsurface just a little bit so they don't stick out quite so far. We've got our antennas in, but I want to move them a little bit under the surface too. Just like that. Now we gotta figure out how the hell we want to put the rest of this shit on here. So for the labs, the door is kind of on the bottom. I guess it would be on the top of the actual part. I think I want the doors to face outward, and then I'm gonna cover them. So let's go with like a 3-way joint. We'll see if all this is gonna fit, because that's a little bit wider. I have an adapter piece that we'll use for that. And then I want these guys on the top, and these have a door too, but I'm going to leave this door exposed, and we'll use it kind of like an airlock. So I need a bit more of a standoff, don't I? And I don't think that I want like 4 recyclers. I think I could use 2 recyclers. And I'm probably going to want the windows to point outward that way, right? And then for these two, maybe just a structural tube. Right idea, wrong diameter. It's gonna be this one. It's just a pressurized crew tube. Yeah, I think that'll work. Dagnabbit. Oh, it's holding the spacebar. Not the same as the Alt key. Not even close. Oh, I forgot a recycler. Okay, and I've got the crew tube on the other side of the recycler. I'm a little nervous about this kind of a design because in the past I've had issues with it spinning out of control and becoming a cracking mess. Well, we'll see how it goes. So I'm kind of clipping into my inflatable here. I may do the standoff on all 4 sides, but I don't think I want more than 2 recycling modules. So I think I'm just going to swap this one out for a longer tube. Just junk that whole thing. Because realistically, we only need to be working on 2 of these sides at one time, and then we'll copy the one side and move it over to the other. I don't know, I think I can make this a hell of a lot shorter. Let's go to a 4-way joint. And I'm going to do that for both of these. Then we can do our docking ports just right on the end of these. And that'll give us our 4 docking ports. We wouldn't then need an end cap, so we don't need that non-matic. We don't need any more recyclers. This is kind of a tiny station, honestly. What are we up to? We're at 53 people. Holy shit, we are already... yeah, you're not kidding, Pops. We already made our 50 crew target there. Decent. Decent. So now we just make it look good. So, I think I want an additional viewing couple on the front of this one. And we've got a couple of different options. I might go with the Mark III just because I really like the look of the dome. We've also got this guy. I think I am going to go with the Mark III. And let's also look at our utility parts, because we have some habitat stuff. I don't have the panorama though. Ideally I would actually put a panorama up here, and then I would put the final viewing couple on top of that. You don't really see much. Like, we have centrifuge, habitat rings, more inflatables. Nothing that I really want though. Okay, so instead of that one, let's go with one of these. Just like that. And do you think it would look better with the farms pointed forward? I don't know, probably not. I mean, I don't think it'll really matter. I really do wish that I had some windows here though, so let's add some of those. Let's pivot all these around so that the doors are facing outward, and we're gonna cover them. Like that. How did I still fudge you up? There. I don't have any good way to cover up that door, though. Then, let's do just windows. Ooh, or we can do solar panels. Give them a little bit more functionality, because our habitat stat on this is outrageously good. We don't actually need to do a crew rotation for about a year. Yeah, let's do solar. Yeah, they're pretty big continents, though. Okay, those are a little big. Now we're talking. I don't want to cover up any of the windows on the sides of these, so I just want one on the outside. And then let's grab our adapter for the end cap here, and that'll lead to the docking ports. And I do think we're going to go with 4. Oh, we do need our other nomadic for an end cap on the bottom of the farms. Sweet. So we're not blocking our antennas. Now we gotta figure out where the hell we're gonna put solar panels, because these aren't gonna do it. Not gonna be quite good enough for all of these. I think just to make sure that these are all attached the same way, I'm gonna chuck all of these ones, replace them with copies of the first one. These are really good solar panels, though. So these are going to generate 25 electric charge per second per solar panel. That's still not quite going to be enough. I'm thinking one in the middle here. Probably just a Gigantor. Let's see if I left myself enough space. I may have to move the batteries and the relays upward so that I can move these downward. Yeah, let's go for it. And then the fun part, figuring out how the fuck we're gonna get it into space. Come here. There we go. Okay. So that should leave us enough surface area to safely attach these. And those won't interfere with the docking ports or anything there. I need more, though. I'm afraid to put one here. I can put... Oh, I can put 4 there, though. No, I can't. It's gonna clip into that. Shit. Well, let's think about this. So we're gonna get about 50 from the bottom, and then that was 25, right? 25, so we're going to generate 75 electric charge per second. Maybe that will be enough. Our life support is going to cost a hell of a lot of electric charge, though. I think this thing will be stable enough for us to put it out on the pad and see. If it's daytime, we're a little bit more fucked, but it should work. Let's go ahead and get rid of the lithium battery real quick, though. What have I done? Come on, game. Catch up. It's like, oh, you want 4 copies of this? No, no, no. I want to take the lithium battery out because I don't want it converting kilowatt hours into electric charge while we're trying to figure out exactly how much electric charge we actually need to generate. So let's put it out on the pad. They're the size of the lower 48, but still nearly a billion more people? Jeez. Been around a smidge longer, too. We could try to build it in pieces and send them up in pieces. We do have weldable docking ports. The only downside to that, honestly, is aligning everything perfectly. So I prefer not to, but definitely an option. Right now, it's more a matter of where can I put solar panels so that they're not going to be blocked by the rest of the station and so that they won't interfere with anything trying to dock with it. Okay, so it is daytime, but we can still figure out how much electric charge this thing's actually going to use. If I can get this done fast enough, I want to start up all of my agroponics and life support all the way across. Oh shit, I won't. I'll have to time warp because this solar panel is still going to be exposed to the sun. I'm used to using just the deploying solar panels, so then if I don't deploy them, they're not generating any power. Okay, so this is going to be a pain in the ass, but let's go back into the VAB. I'm going to take that solar panel off, and I'm going to set up an action group for activating all this shit so that we can do it in one go, with just a press of a button. It does sound pretty packed. Have you met Life Snack? She's from India. Well, I think living in India. I don't know if she's from there. I think she said that she was born in Armenia. She's always complaining about it. It's just a lot of people. Power problems and all kinds of stuff that's kind of annoying. So, action groups. We'll just do it as custom 1. And we're going to want that to start agroponics on all 4 of these and the farms that are right up above them. And then we want to also start all of our life support. Normally I would actually add all this stuff to the lighting action group. But this will be fine. This will work. I also want to activate all of our relay antennas, anything that's going to consume power. I don't think these will actually be able to start research, but I'm going to try it. I don't know if just the act of researching actually costs power. And do we have life support in this part? I don't see any. One less thing to worry about, I guess. Start habitat on the blimp there. And start life support on both of our recyclers. Okay, I don't think I missed anything. I think that ought to do. Now we throw it out on the launch pad, we don't put our solar panels out, we just activate everything. And now that we don't have those surface attached solar panels, we should be able to see our electric current charge. I don't know if we have enough solar panels or not. Most of the labs can't work and do charge electric charge while they're processing like surface samples and stuff like that. I didn't catch what our total weight was so far either. I'm gonna have to check that when we go back in and get those solar panels back on. No passengers. Let's get this up. Right now, before we activate anything, we're consuming 0.4 electric charge. If we had action group number 1, we consume 63.15 per second. So this is barely enough. It is enough, though. We're going to generate somewhere around 75 with just the 4 solar panels down here and the surface panels up on this part. So I want more. I want overhead. I want not just exactly what we need. I want extra. I don't know where the hell else to add them, though. I guess I could see if we have anything that's more efficient than the, or more powerful, I guess, because these are already unrealistically efficient, than the Gigantor. These generate, I think, 24 apiece. Come on, right-click menu. 24.4 per second. Do I have anything bigger? And I have no idea what the SST ones generate. I don't have a right-click menu for those. These are only 13.5. How big are these? Not very big. I don't think I have anything better. I don't want to add a reactor, so we just got to figure out where we want to put them. So the reason that I don't want them over here is that they're going to block all these windows. And you're not going to get a good view out of any of them. What I might do is a solar array on the outside of these, rather than just one panel. I think they'll have enough of a standoff for it to be doable, and I don't think they'll conflict with our docking ports when we finally put them in. Our total vessel weight right now is 126 tons. That's without the additional solar panels or anything. So, if we're gonna do that... How wide are you? A little wide. Probably want to stand off out here. Let's do that. Go in space? We spend a lot of time in space. Shouldn't take long. I want some sort of a truss or structural part to attach these to. I wonder if this one's scalable, because that's obviously a little much. That'd do, but I think I actually want something square. So I can change the profile of that one, but I can't change the size. I don't think I can change the size of these ones either. Oh, I can. Okay, so that's a possible option. That's definitely a possible option. I think it's between these two. So all I want is enough of a standoff. I still want to cover that door up too. I just want enough of a standoff so that our solar panels aren't going to clip into one another and that they're not going to reach each other. So let's compare these. I think I'm going to end up going with the triangular one. I think it just leaves us a lot more options. I just accidentally made a copy of this whole fucking station, I think. Yep. I just want this. And it's only got to be tall enough for 2. We'll do that, and then we'll move this in, and we'll cover it up with one of the previous solar panels if it'll fit. Oh, I actually need to rotate one of these sideways. So I can move it all the way into about there, and not have to worry about clipping into the part that we're attached to. I think we also have other options for what we do with this. Solid, hollow, we can make it into liquid fuel, and LFO, oxidizer. Oh, here we go, now we're talking. We can make it into a battery. We also have the option of xenon, or liquid hydrogen, lithium, and argon. I think out of all of those options, the battery. It's a little bit of battery and a little bit of monoprop. And that covers up that door just fine. I like it. Thank you for the host, Private Paula. How are you doing today? I kind of want to move these in further, but then I have to move the truss part out further. I think that's going to work out way better than this one. Your new career save is a big faceplant? Oh no. Oh, is it getting hot again? Sorry to hear that. So far, fingers crossed so I don't jinx it, so far today hasn't been too bad for me. Hasn't been outrageously hot. This is gonna be too wide. I don't think I can resize these either. But I do think I can resize these. That looks like shit. We'll just go with 1. I could go a little bit bigger and cover more of that up. I don't know. I don't know if I like the look of it, because it's just a bare truss. It doesn't look terrible though. Could be worse. Never stop being hot? Oh, darn it. I thought that you were getting a break too. This is just Belgium, huh? I'm gonna go and rotate that around, and with them extended, I can tell that the angle is off on this one a little bit more easily. So let's match those up. And the second part of the equation is, if I have these on all 4, are they going to actually reach over and touch one another? I think they're going to be just fine. Gonna be kind of a goofy looking station, but it'll work. In Michigan, it's not usually the heat, it's the humidity. Yeah, the humidity's worse, so sometimes. Today's been so nice compared to yesterday. I think I'm gonna move this this outer one in a little bit too. So I'm gonna get rid of all these other ones again. Yesterday it rained like right before I woke up. Then it got hot as fuck, so it was really humid and hot. Ugh. But usually Utah has like no heat, or no humidity. I love that. We should be okay other than the laboratory windows, but yeah, I do agree. I'm still blocking the windows, like they're just going to be able to see out to the back of a Gigantor, depending on our orientation and the position of the sun. I do agree. So I don't know for sure if this is what we'll go with, but this would be an adequate solution. That gives us just that one extra set of solar panels that we need. I guess another solution, instead of leading them off of just the outer edge here, I wouldn't be able to fit as many, but I could inline them. I could just have a structural part that goes up in between these, put them on the back side. I would only have 2 of them though. Yeah, that's way too humid for me. I never thought that Colorado was very humid until I went to visit family after I'd been in Utah for a while, and I'm like, how do you live in this fucking swamp? Because there's almost no humidity in Utah. It's really nice. Maybe just extend the bottom. Maybe just not have these up top at all. Because I know that I have to have 3. We're never going to have like full coverage from these ones, so we'll have to have a fourth set probably. Oh, you know what? We could add them to the drone. Put them downward on the garden. We could, especially if I get rid of the extra nomomatic down there. Generate less food and relocate these down to here. I even have an adapter for that. Actually, I think that's the best way to go. I'm gonna want another structural piece there, though. Let's steal one of these. Oh, crap. Moved them a little bit too close together. Could do a hub, though. I could also just go with 2. Go with 1 on the outside of both sides, and then just do the regular growing thing here and on the opposite side. Let's see, would that block the window too bad? If I were to leave just one of these here, but not have it fully encase it like a cube, that would still give us the extra 2 that we need in every direction. That might work. I didn't get the upgrades to work, Gorm. Unfortunately, they're still not showing up. So I went and made a post in shit, I forget the developer's name. Is it Sarbian? Can't think of it off the top of my head. But I left a post to see if anybody else was having the same issue that might use Community Tech Tree and what was the other one? CTT and Probes Before Crew. Because I thought it was an issue with the mod itself, but I don't think it's an issue with the mod itself. I think it's a conflict. Trying to figure out where to put this so that I don't clip again, and then we'll get a look at the entire thing. That looks like Kraken bait. Still didn't get a 20? Oh no. It's true, we could get rid of the upper viewing cupola and just build the power off of a central thing up top. Have a complete array. But we could also do the same thing with the bottom here. We're gonna have a drone that we're gonna build that'll deliver supplies to the station, and while it's there, it'll become just an extension of the station. So let's go coupling, docking port senior. That'll go right there. Let me find our other resupply drone. The new drone will be a little bit different, I just haven't designed it yet, so this will be a similar representation of what we're gonna need. Did I not name it resupply? Shit, what did I name that? Space Station 2 resupply, okay. Let's merge that in. We don't need the deployer or anything, we just need the top part of it. Well, I kind of wanted the engine too. I don't have it properly saved as a sub-assembly, so all I can really do is kind of maneuver it into position. So you can see that this thing's already covered in solar panels. And maybe that's the way to go. Just add the additional solar panels onto the resupply drone that'll be docked to the bottom of it. And then just not worry about any of these. I definitely like the look of it better without them. This thing has way more solar panels than we would usually need, but I'm actually not bringing up enough solar panels for the station that it was designed for. It's got two huge cyclotrons that just by themselves consume about 90-something electric current per cyclotron. So we have a constant 180 electric charge drain on that one. I think that would do. And then we don't have to worry about any additional shit on the station. Only problem is we're gonna have to have the resupply drone built and up there before we actually put people on it. And we're gonna have to power everything down. Maybe not everything, because there will be a transition time there. But we have a very limited amount of time while we hot swap the resupply drones, which might be a little dangerous. So we would run the risk of potentially freezing our guys out. I think it'll be fine. And then we can go just the farms, just the 4 for now on the center stack there. I would love to put them out here. If I were to put them out here though, I'd have to go out at an angle. Otherwise they're going to conflict with the docking port. We're going to have a hard time, so the tourist transport would actually be fine with that. But our other transport might have a problem. I don't know, maybe that is an adequate solution. The angle's right on with these ones, so from this side, just the 2 sets. And we wouldn't block anybody's windows either. The 2 sets, we would have partial exposure on all 3 on this side and on this side. And then from this way, we'd have the same thing, partial exposure here and on both of these. So we wouldn't actually need another set on this one. That'd cut our total part count down. Not really blocking any windows, like, kind of blocking that one out for a direct view. I think that's livable though. And then let's match up all of our, whatchamacallit, these things. So I always like to use either windows or these little farm parts, the nomomatics, to block off extra doors. I think for this one we'll go windows. Just little observation cupolas. I think I actually want to use the other kind, because they have opaque windows, so I can move this one into the surface of the part a little bit further. Then it really doesn't matter if we're blocking these windows, because you would have an observation, a large observation window right in the wall there. I think that'll do. And then we still have these top ones, and I'm not going to cover these because I'm not going to end up putting an airlock on it, so we'll just use the observation cupola as a place for you to also do your EVAs. Yeah, I think that'll work. So I want to tear off this one, and this one. We could leave the solar panels, but I don't think they're actually going to be necessary because of the way that they'll be exposed. So then we have 4 identical copies. Yeah, I think that'll do it. Now, by themselves, one set of these is almost enough electric charge generation. But in the V pattern on just 2 sides, we'll always have at least full coverage of 4 of them. And then these extra ones on the bottom will just be icing on the cake, I guess. So we'll retract all that. Let's make sure that we've satisfied the requirements of our hotel contract. We're going to do that through Capcom. I want to go to Active Contracts. And I want to find the Build a Hotel one. Did we not do our tour yesterday? Shit, I don't think I did my tour. Okay. Well, this is going to be Science Station 3. This will probably be the easiest one to get up into orbit. We're going to pay for one of them completely out of pocket. We're not going to send it up with a pilot or anything like that. Might even nerf it so that it doesn't meet the requirements of the mission. Let's go over to available. No? I thought that we already did the tour. But if we already did the tour, then we should have a contract in here to build a space hotel, and I'm not seeing it. Alright, well. We'll go ahead and take the investor tour, and we're going to be taking Typhal Kerman around for a tour to get a hotel contract. And then is there anything else that we want to take right now? I don't think so. Maybe the space camp later on. But not for now. Just because it's going to require a hell of a lot of people. So I guess I don't want to do the tour until we go and pay out of pocket to get one of these up into orbit. Let's work on our lifter. And depending on the size of this, I may just go and steal a lifter off of something else to save us a second. If it's about the same weight as one of our previous ones, well, I guess we'll be launching. Going into and out of the VAB. Just too hard on the memory, apparently. We do have a lurk thing. Paul added that just the other day. And I do appreciate you guys using it. You guys enjoy your lurks. Well, it's going to take a couple of minutes for us to launch this. We do have 128 mods altogether. We've got a couple of patches that are applied across multiple parts, so it takes a second. And I think I'm just going to hit the restroom real quick and top off my coffee. Because it's only 10 a.m. So now it's a good time to just stretch the legs. We've got, I don't know, somebody time it. What time is it now? It's 10:15 now, and it's already been running for a little bit less than a minute. Look at all those problems. See how long it actually takes for it to launch, but it shouldn't be too bad. Usually about 3 or 4 minutes. So I'll be right back. I'm going to hit the head real quick, top off my iced coffee, and then I'll be back before it's actually done. Let's do the BRB screen up real quick to you. Alright, be right back. Alright. Looks like all of our patches have been applied. Get the BRB thing out. Made myself a caramel iced coffee. And I think to make this a little bit more stable, usually since it's going to end up in space, I would stabilize it with the deployment vehicle. But I think I might do some permanent struts on this one, instead of just doing auto strut. Because I'm a little bit worried that this is going to end up being crack and bait. I've built monstrous versions that are similar to this, where we go out on the arm and then we go upward and downward from my from a tube, and it's led to problems, so I'm thinking maybe struts might help. Oh, you're so close, Anadin. So very close. So, have any of you guys tried Arma Contact yet? I haven't tried it yet, but I have watched a couple of videos of it. Arma 3 Contact just came out, and it looks like it's going to be fucking amazing. But the couple of videos that I watched, it also looked pretty damn laggy, so I actually left the game negative review, even though I have 335 hours on record, so that's not counting time that I've played with like mods and didn't have it in the default install. But I haven't tried it yet. I do want to try it. It seems like it's laggy AF. Take a quick look. Fucking RNG. Like, the props, I love all the props that they've added. And the little glimpses that I've had so far of the actual, like, alien stuff look great, but you have 2,000 Arma 3 hours? Nice. I don't think mine's very far off from the 335 in there, because there were only a couple of times where I was dicking around with mods, so I had it in a different install directory. It's probably, like, maybe 10 hours that haven't been recorded. I do like it a game, but they need to fix it. Like, the scripting is fucking terrible in that game, and it's so frustrating. Every time I revisit it and try playing, like, the single-player stuff, you just run into so many problems, and, like, the go-to solution for it is to use the console to, you know, cheat your way through the rest of that mission. Just call it quits and get through it, and I hate that. Snickers flavored half and half? Oh, man. I bet that's amazing. I have an ice cream Snickers bar that I keep forgetting about in the freezer. I gotta eat that someday. I don't know, it's the scripting, like, the flags for it are so fucking wonky. Like, the last time that I played it, not too long ago, should be the last, let's see, it was probably June 30th was when I left this review. Me and my team and I are supposed to clear a town out, and so we go into the town, everything's going great, and then all of a sudden my team leader decides that they want to run like 4 kilometers to the north of town and just stand there. So I go to look it up, and like 4 years ago, there's, you know, a whole bunch of people that are reporting the issue. It might have even been 5 or 6 years ago. And the final solution to it is just to cheat your way through it. Just skip it. Because there's a flag that's got a problem where eventually another thing is going to happen, and you're told to get out of the city and go to the north and wait for your helicopter to come in. And so since that thing never happens, the AI just kind of skips to the punchline and everybody runs north for no fucking reason. How can they stop your landing cam from bouncing off the surface of the moon? Activate your monopropellant nozzles and try to get your speed as low as possible, but once you first touch down, burst upwards. Burst away from the ground, so that hopefully it will hold your pod on the ground for a little while longer. Do you use mods? Because there's a couple of different landing legs that you can use that have tether option, and those are really nice. Could also take some of the spring out of your shocks. There you go, springs at half, damper all the way up, and then burst, you know, like toward the moon. Or try to use your thrusters to move you toward the moon to kind of stick the landing. That's always been kind of a problem. Alright, we're back. We're going to be working on our landers, hopefully today. I want to get this station up, though. I have to have the station up so that we can send a copy of some of our samples and the data that we're going to get from those 2 probes that we got heading out to the moons this morning. I want all of that data to be fed into these science stations so that we can get our scientists actually working on doing some shit. Oh, that's true. I think the console's pretty close to the current version now, though, isn't it? Wasn't there a fairly recent update for the console version? So my farms, these 2 would be fine to strut. I don't know, maybe I won't worry about struts. I think what I'll do is just grandparent every other part. We'll see how that works. Oop, not you, you. God dang it, no. None of that. And I'm only doing it on the one side because the other side is identical. So I can just, whoopsie, cut it and move it over to here and we should be good. Don't want to forget my docking ports either, do I? That'd be a bad day. I don't think we're going to use any kind of a fairing for this. I think the first thing that I want to do is just stress test it, see where it's weak, try to reinforce it with either auto strut or regular struts, and then we'll work on a proper deployer. Can't think of anywhere else to put anything. Oh, shit. I'd actually clicked on the adapter. That would have bugged the fuck out of me. Just make sure those are identical. I'm going to take a copy of this one and put it over here. Morning, Sai. Nope. I keep clicking the wrong goddamn thing. There. You go with little ones? Yeah, I try to do little ones. I usually end up with like medium to large though, because I like to do multi-hoppers, where I go to multiple different biomes before I actually have to go up to the station. And I'm considering whether or not to actually put this station out at the moon. If I put it out at the moon, I don't know if I want to make it a hotel though, because I don't think they're going to pay us any extra to go out there. Yeah, I think what I'm going to do, just to get us rolling here. Can I resize you? I want to get something with a stupid thrust to weight ratio. .3 on the pad, that's pretty stupid. I want to do a quick test here though. See how flexible the upper part is. Let's just go with like tails. Oh yeah, I have to have an attachment point for those. But these. I'm just gonna launch it upward. See where it tries to break apart. Doing pretty good. Got up early, was hoping to stream early since today's my Friday and it won't be on tomorrow the next day. And I was so fucking tired that I didn't get going until our normal start time. Wah, wah. But we got our demo drone up today. Ah, god damn it, don't let me forget to get rid of that stack separator on the demo drone. Every time I launch that stupid thing, I try to remember, and so far every time I forgot. No passengers. We're gonna have stowaways, but that's okay, we're just reverting this. Oh, we need to put lights on it too. Actually, doesn't look very wobbly at all. The docking port is the weak point. As far as the rest of this, though, it seems pretty damn solid. Okay. Thinking of buying Fire Emblem 3? I saw a buddy of mine playing it, but I didn't get a chance to stop in. I happened to notice him on my list when I was going to bed last night. You have 3 houses? Yeah, for that test it was definitely supposed to wobble like that. If we're gonna wobble anywhere, I want to know exactly where. And it looks like our wobble right now is right in here, which is just fine. So if I quarter turned... These 2 farms are fine. If I quarter turned these farms, then they should be okay too. Because I am thinking about a set of struts. I could also lead them off with the crew tubes, couldn't I? And I don't have any auto strutting going on in here quite yet. So that'll all help. Oh no, you got a sunburn? In years. How about I help? My solution is to never go in the sun. Ever. I do not get out much. Yeah, it really wasn't that bad. And our thrust to weight ratio with that stupid thing was like 2.5 right off the pad, so if I hadn't wobbled, it probably would have been okay. Alright, so what's our total weight? 130? Let's steal a lifter. Let's be super lazy about this. Go ahead and save and continue for now, just in case I hit the wrong button. Because I think that's just about the same weight as Science Station number 1. So let's merge that in and see if I can just tear it off of there. We're gonna borrow it. Ah, but it's gonna be too tall, isn't it? So I'm gonna have to revamp it a little bit anyway. So this is the station that we're replacing with this, basically. Instead of a 16-person research team that would work in the Netherdyne University there and there, we're going to have a 24-person research team in 4 different laboratories. But the weights are pretty close. So let's pop this one off at the docking port. We gotta take care of that. And this can all go. I also don't want these struts anymore. At least not where they were. And I'm going to have to terminate the fairing underneath the antennas. Start with all that. Edit the fairing. I want to shoot it there, and I want to change the fairing so that it's going to separate in 4 parts. And I'm going to need those to separate out to the 45 degree so that they don't collide with the farms. Oh, perfect. It defaulted to it. That never happens for me. Usually I have to rotate it around to the way that I want it to deploy. I'm also considering a clamshell so that there's fewer parts. Might give it a shot. It's a little bit more dangerous though because they're more of a solid part. So if I do clip into anything, we're gonna know about it. Now, to take care of this fuel problem of these being so tall, I want to redistribute the fuel in the main tank here off into the side tanks and still come out with hopefully the same DV. So atmospheric DV total right now is 4,376. I don't know if my staging is actually right, but that's going to be roughly our total for the redo. Oh, I'm silly. I forgot that it kind of repositions. I don't need to cut that much out of it. For now, we're just going by stats, so it's okay that it's all fucked. All we gotta do is pop that side tank off and reattach it, and everything should fix itself. So I need you right about there. I need you up to here. Means you gotta take more out of the core. Okay, that should be just about right for the inner core. Let's go ahead and fix these side stacks. It's okay that it's all fucked. It's fine. We're used to it. I'm gonna have to get rid of those other pieces too, because I should, even though it's got a nose cone on it, I should be able to attach it to the bottom of that engine. Or at least I thought I should be able to. Oh, I pulled it from the decoupler. I'm stupid. Pulled it from the decoupler, and then I'm trying to radially attach it. Or trying to attach it through an attachment node on a child part. Okay, and I may as well try to balance it out from here. I'll probably have to go with a different nose cone. But now the side stacks need to be bigger. Not upper, you fuckwad. Core. And I kind of want to match them. So this is at step 3. So you at step 3. Might work. Let's see what our stats say. Okay, I gotta find all of my main engines and solid rocket boosters. Where's my other 2 SRBs? There they are. So 133, so it's still a little underpowered. It might be okay though. 4,420? I don't even remember what my original target was. Frick. Shit, I think we just take it out and test it though. So I should be able to move this, I think, without anything going wrong. And that just goes down to there. These two will be fine, it's better if they're lower. I need to move this one up on the standoff, so I may have to detach them again. Oh, looks like we're okay. And then we don't need anywhere near as much of a standoff now. So this can all come inward. It's like my SRBs are still a little low though. Let's go and nudge these ones up a little bit too. So we're gonna have 1.3 on the pad. We're going to transition to a 1.7, which will actually be higher because we're going to be able to throttle back during the initial ascent. I'm missing a stage here, though. So we're getting rid of these solid rocket boosters first. Then I want to get rid of these. Then I want to get rid of the liquid boosters. And then we have an interstage fairing and a decoupler and some retro rockets that'll move the main lifter away. Let's check our fuel lines. Looks like they're in there. Let's go through our right click too and just make sure that crossfeed is enabled on all these SSTU tanks. And if they're enabled on one, they're enabled on the other, so we should be good. That leaves us with 4,431 final atmospheric delta V just sitting on the pad. Let's take it out for a test flight. I moved that solid rocket booster up a little bit higher than was probably necessary. Shit, I need to fix these though. That's gonna drive me insane. Like it's only gonna let me do the one set without messing around with symmetry. So we'll just stick with what we got. We could probably just get rid of them too. We don't really need that much rudder control. The ones on the outside are actually the more important ones. Let's go ahead and update the save, and we'll take it out for a test flight. We'll kick out all of the stowaways too, why not? Get out of here. These guys just came back from being deployed on the other station that we just replaced that's got some Kraken issues. And I think that thing might be up in orbit, I'm not sure. Holy stowaways. Anybody else? Okay, good. Let's see what happens. You did get a 69. We'll see if we unfucked it enough for it to work. I don't think I'm going to send it out to the moon. It's convenient to have research stations out at the moons because you're going to get the vast majority of your surface samples from the moon. And I don't want to transmit those with Science Relay. It doesn't make any sense to me for us to be able to beam a soil sample over to a remote location. I want to physically bring them there. So it would be nice for the science stations to actually just be in orbit, and then our lander would go directly up there to refuel and turn over all of the material for further processing. Downside to it is we need about 2,500 additional meters a second of DV, which might be a bitch. Alright, well, it hasn't blown up quite yet. SAS on, throttle up. I forgot lights. So I'm an asshole. 3, 2, 1, go. We started out a little bit underpowered for sure, at a 1.3 thrust to weight ratio. Did your lander with 2 fuel tanks? I don't know what I'm going to do with ours. I know that I want to stay fairly wide. I probably want to integrate a laboratory into it. But we have a lot of parts that I've never used before. So I don't know what the final product will end up actually being. Let's get a little ways into a gravity turn here. And I had said before that we were probably going to throttle back. I don't think I'm going to bother. I think I'm just going to stay at full throttle, at least for the test flights. Let's see how it goes. Hi. I don't know, I can definitely feel the loss of those extra control surfaces. Alright, let's get our right-click menu up. Oop, wrong one. Keep an eye on how much fuel we have in those solid rocket boosters and get ready for our first stage. Let's go into maneuver mode so that even if I have the sky as the backdrop on this, it's pretty easy for us to see what our AP and PE are. I think it'll be fine. I think that my thrust to weight ratio for the first stage, like by the time we get rid of the second set of solid rocket boosters, we'll burn through so much fuel that our thrust to weight ratio is going to be a little bit higher than I actually want it. But I don't know, I might just add fuel into these. And I'm thinking about getting rid of the thrust limiter there too, on the second set of solid rocket boosters, so that we don't start out at a 1.3 thrust to weight ratio. But we're up to about a 2 right now. We're getting ready to get rid of the heavy lifters. That leaves us at a 1.86. So we definitely have a good enough thrust to weight ratio for throughout the rest of the staging to add fuel to these. If I get rid of the thrust limiter and have these working at full power, and then we'll deploy all 4 solid rocket boosters at the same time instead of 2x2. Come back on a thrust to weight ratio of 2 at the moment. AP isn't too high or anything though, we're about 35 seconds from AP. Let's see what we end up with when we get rid of these solid rocket boosters. And I'm hoping that our fuel lines are working right. I need to go back through and right-click on all of our tanks to make sure that everything's draining properly. Okay. Second booster separation went perfectly fine. Let's check those tanks. If I right-click on any of these, and they're still full of fuel, I fucked up. But we look good. And if I right-click on this one, it should still be completely full. So we look alright. So far. AP's coming up on 30. Let's go ahead and angle over to our 45-degree mark. And what's our inclination? 0.7? I want to try to make sure that I get rid of any inclination, at least as low as possible. I want to be as close to 0 as I can, right on the equator. And what's our burn time for this stage? Still have 40 seconds of burn. We're almost a minute from the AP now. Thrust to weight ratio of 2.25. 2.3. Got that inclination down to 4.4. And once it gets to 0, I'll try to line up on my 90-degree line. Hopefully I can keep it there. Definitely yellow clocking a bunch. I don't know, what do you think? I like the look of it. I like how compact it is. It's definitely wider instead of taller like the rest of them. I dig it. AP's at about 48, so let's dive a little bit deeper into our gravity turn. She putting up her nose? What do you mean? Uh-oh. I don't recall doing anything with anything's nose. Or was it tilting up a little bit? If it was, I didn't even notice. Down to about 20 seconds before we get rid of our main lifters. We go down to just the final one. Inclination at 0.02. I'm not going to be able to line up perfectly on that east line, unfortunately, but I want to try to keep it down to as low as it was. Oh, did it? I didn't even notice. It will rise as we gain elevation and move further away from from the horizon line, though. Got a little bit of a twist in it, but I'm having a hard time getting rid of it. There we go. Mostly because of the yellow clock. It's just not as responsive as I need it to be. 9 seconds of burn left. AP is at 61k. Let's go and nose up a little bit. I feel like I went a little aggressively into that. I'm nervous about having to push AP up any higher with the final lifter. I definitely want to get all the lob that I can out of these guys. So let's go up to about 30 degree. Thrust to weight ratio of 3.25. Just about time for separation. And that takes us down to a sub 1, 0.99 thrust to weight ratio. So we have until we reach AP to burn through enough fuel to get that up to at least 1 1/3. And AP's only at 72. I would have preferred to have that at 85 and be laying over horizontal by the time I switch over to this last motor. Hey, thank you for the follow, Tycho. Good morning and welcome. We're launching an absurd station. I can only imagine the damage that those monstrous side stacks would do when they actually hit. I think I had some strut pieces that I needed to get rid of there too, because I see like something floating out in the nothing there. From, probably from the struts before I did the resizing. Consorted, welcome. Not sure what's happening, but you like it? We're moving on up to a 24-man research station that's also going to count as a hotel. Just in the meantime, I don't know if I'm going to keep this one. I still prefer the 8-man Netherdyne University research station. But the parts are broken, and I'm just going to wait and see if Linux can update them instead of doing it with a mod manager patch, because I've never done that with a mod manager patch, so I have no idea what I'm doing, and that guy definitely knows what he's doing. Alright, let's lay over. We're only at a 1.1 thrust to weight ratio, but we did push AP up high enough. Now we just want to get up to orbital velocity. We've got 1 minute and 14 seconds, so about 74 seconds before we reach AP, and we have 109 seconds of burn left in our last lifter. And then we transition over to a 4 Wolfhound upper stage that's purely just to get it up into the final orbit that we want. The part that I'm most nervous about at this point is the separation of the inner stage fairing here that's covering up the upper stage. I'm a little worried about those 4 pieces because they're going to separate off this way. I really hope that it goes well, but I have no idea. Alright, we're at about a 1 1/4 thrust to weight ratio, so I'm going to nose down a little bit so that AP doesn't go too high over 85. It doesn't really matter though. We could circularize this at pretty much any elevation and it should be okay. I'm getting better at orbital velocities. I don't know if I'm all that good yet. I have my inclination up to 0.17. So let's see if I can minimize that by going just slightly to the north for the rest of this burn. We're looking pretty damn good though. We're going to be almost in orbit by the time we get rid of this stage, and then we just need to use a little bit of the fuel that's in the Wolfhound stage to finish it out. I'm just a little nervous about our time to AP. So we'll see how she goes. I think it's stable enough that I'm going to do a little bit of physics warp here. Try to cut the total mission time down. And get us about 5 seconds away from AP, and then I'll nose up so that we maintain elevation. Add spin to it? Well, what I do is just embed some solid rocket boosters that point inward, and I use those to get everything out of there. Oh, you mean the fairing? Well, you might be right, as long as it's a stable spin. I think the ejection force is fairly high on that plate that I'm using. I'm just worried that it might collide with one of these. Or that it might nick into one of the batteries or the antenna that are right above the top of it there. Normally I would like to cover all of those up, but I felt that it was more important to cover up the solar panels than the antenna. So if I want a stable spin, I have to deactivate SAS. Honestly, if we have a problem with it, I'll probably just move the fairing even lower and I won't cover up the solar panels. And then they should clear the farms, no problem. And I might also have better results if I don't do a clamshell deployment on it. So we're about 3 seconds from AP, 17 seconds from staging. Let's go ahead and nose up a little bit. We'll find a nice angle to maintain altitude. It looks like about a 15-degree angle will be adequate for the remainder of the burn. I'm going to go a little bit higher than that though. I want a little bit of time before I ignite the final 4 engines. So let's go up to 20. Push it out just a bit. Well, I'm using mandatory RCS, so if I leave SAS on, it's going to try and cancel out the spin, like actively cancel out the spin. I won't be able to just use gyroscopes. It's looking okay. Man, that's laggy as fuck, though. Nice, it worked out. So our thrust to weight ratio on the upper maneuvering stage is not anywhere near as high as the last one, but we're so close to orbital velocity that we're still pushing AP out. So we'll just slowly nose down. Try to keep AP about 5 seconds or less out in front of us. Man, those are loud. It's just 4 wolfhounds moving this thing into position. And I need to have at least 500 meters a second of DV remaining in the tanks by the time we get into this first orbit. Otherwise I can't put it into its final orbit. So fingers crossed, hopefully. It's going to be kind of close though. I think I need to add more fuel to the side stacks. Jesus, this thing's still laggy though. Gotta nose up. I really want a time warp. And I'm trying to nose down just slightly. I'm gonna have to get out of time warp to do it. Down to 749 meters a second. This is gonna be so freaking close. Down to 650. I don't know. I don't think I made it. And my inclination's at 0.2. Let's see if I can minimize that a little bit while I finish this out. There's 600 meters a second. Could just send up a little bit of fuel. But this is just a test launch anyway, so if we are gonna fall short, now's the time to find out, right? And there's 500, our point of failure. I'm off my mark a little bit. Are my nozzles working? Yeah, they're working. God damn, this thing is lagged. Trying to lock onto prograde. Okay. So we're not perfectly circular yet. We do want a follow-up maneuver over here at AP. We're going to need another whopping 2.5 meters a second of DV, but I think I might still be just a little bit too low for the final orbit that I want. Because ideally, we want to end up putting this thing... Shit, I forgot what the other one was at. I think it needs to go up to like 525 kilometers. For its final orbit. I'm trying to keep all of our stations about 25 kilometers separate from one another. So I think I have one at 455 because the contract requires 450 or greater. And then I have another one at 475 and one at 500, so this one I think needs to go up to like 525. There we go, back to a green clock. Alright, good enough. 88.9 and 88.6 for a final orbit there. Let's get it to lock onto prograde. Let's go ahead and extend all of our solar panels. She's a little goofy looking. And I forgot to load these up with supplies and fertilizer. But that may actually be kind of a blessing. So I just want to right click on everything to make sure that anything that has the ability to, like, you know, life support, all that stuff, I thought that I had all that on an action group. Oh, okay, I do. I just hadn't hit the button yet. So life support on our recyclers, our habitat, everything should be started now. And the agroponics modules are started, but they won't be able to do anything until I provide them with fertilizer. For deep space subprobe launches, after you're out of Kerbin's influence from the carrier, turn off SAS and spin the craft depending on how you want to use the free Delta V with 4 CubeSats. Yeah, our problem was at the time, if I wanted to spin it around, I would have had to use engine gimbal and have the thrust going, and I would have to have RCS on because we're using a mod called mandatory RCS. So we don't have, like, there's no reason for me to really include any reaction wheels on this kind of a thing. If I were to do it when we were already out in space, then it wouldn't be quite so bad, because I could just use monopropellant. But I was nervous about turning off my SAS while trying to hold a specific angle, while under full thrust with all the drag and lag and all that shit, and then having to cancel it out after I was done. But it seemed to work okay. I saw a really cool video of a guy that sent, I don't even remember how many probes, like 40-something probes over to Joule, and he went into a spin and deployed them all in the atmosphere of Joule, doing his aerobrake, and it put them all into position for him, this whole, like, communications network, just tons of different CommNet satellites everywhere. That was one of the cooler ones that I've ever seen. I was just nervous about doing it with this station. Anything else, though? Something a little bit more nimble, I think it would have worked out pretty well on. So this one we're paying out of pocket for. We didn't get a contract that's going to pay for this. We only have 500 meters a second. Let's see if that's actually going to be enough to get it up into its final orbit. I want to double check on our other stations. That one's at 475, and that's Science Station 2. And then the hotel is the one that's the lowest. That one should be at 450-ish. Why won't you stay up? There we go. 455. So this one either needs to go to 525 or 475. Because at the moment we don't have a replacement for Science Station 2 quite yet. There's not much point in having it up there in an orbit if the part doesn't work, but I think Science Station 2 is going to go back into its previous orbit, and I want this one at 525. We're going to be real close. We might have a successful deployer here. So that'll be 214. Oh yeah, we're good. Even if we end up with about 500 meters a second remaining, we should be fine. And then to circularize at 525 would be another 202. So total, we're looking at 216 plus change. And we have 505. 415 plus change. And we have 505. And then the probe will have just enough left over to deorbit itself, I think. If it didn't, it could also use monopropellant. Yeah, to start it and stop it. Very true. Oh, so now that I've reread it, I guess the thing that I've done that was a little bit different than the way you did it, I put the carrier into a high orbit, but still within Kerbin, and that way I could use the position of Kerbin to try and control the final orbit of the sat. But then your probe has to have enough DV on it to escape Kerbin, just that little bit of extra to escape, and a little bit more after that to circularize. And that way I don't have my carrier just chilling out there. I either do that, or if I'm going to go for a 4, then the deployer is the 4th one. And then I have 3 independent probes on top of it, and all of the same equipment on the deployer itself. And then I have the deployer, once it's lost the weight of all the additional probes, should be able to go into a solar orbit when it needs to, and get into phase with the rest of them. So one of them's just way bigger than the other 3, but it still works the same. We haven't had to worry about any of those quite yet, because we're on a scaled solar system, so I'm waiting until we get the JNSQ antennas unlocked. So I'm going to leave this guy up here. Well, we might as well point it around a retrograde. Eventually we're just going to deorbit this. Actually, I guess it doesn't really matter. Let's get a look at it, though. Let's go point to the north. I'll bring it out to the sun. Disregard this bottom part, because that's going to go away. I want to leave this one up here for a little while, though, and I want to switch back and forth to it. So let's do an alarm for a second from now. Oh, we can get rid of our maneuver nodes, because those aren't going to happen for this test one. And that just gives me a button up here so that I can switch directly over to it without having to look at the map view or anything. Because the most important thing, do we like it? Is it actually going to look okay? Is this something that, you know, that I want to keep? We're pretty close to stable. Go ahead and toggle off SAS. It's got a bit of a spin on it. Huh. That's weird. SAS is off, but it's still venting. I wonder if I accidentally hit Alt. Let's do Alt X. Yeah, I accidentally had enabled some sort of trim. Okay, so the second thing, outside of looks, if we want to keep this, is it going to Kraken? So I want to leave this one up here, even though we're going to deorbit it. We're just going to crash it. And I want to switch over to it several times and make sure that it's actually going to work. Let's look at our power. Power's looking really good. We generate way more power than we actually require. So I'm digging that. We do still kind of block the view out of that set of windows, but there's another window here and there's a viewing couple up top, so I think it'll be okay. When they're in the laboratory, they should be working instead of staring out the window, right? And then the final product wouldn't have this part on it, so disregard that part. What do you think? Do we like it? Or should we improve it? I think it'll work. I think it's going to be extremely safe for us to dock our tourists here and here. And then our crew transports would remain docked here and here the entire time that somebody's up here. I'm trying to think if we had a 12-man crew transport, and I think they are 12-man. So that'll be perfect, because we can bring 2 labs worth of crew up in one transport. And then once we have both of those laboratories absolutely full, we'll send up the additional 2 crews and maybe even rotate out the first one. I think I like it. I think we can 2 thumbs up on that one. You vote yeah? Chrissy likes it. Okay. More lights? Oh yeah, definitely something to consider. Let's go back over into the dark. Where do we want to add lights? And what kind of lights do we want? This is just going to be reverted, so it wouldn't matter if we were to blow through any alarms or anything. I'm thinking right at the top, underneath those doors, facing downward for one set of lights, and right at the bottom, facing upward for main lighting for the center stack. So one light right here that kind of illuminates the outside of this stack on all four of them, and also lights up the docking ports a little bit better. And then right on the bottom here, yeah, probably all the way down at the end of it, pointed upward to light up the arms and the inflatable there. I think that's all we need. Of course, we would get more even lighting and better lighting if I did the second set of lights outward and pointed them inward toward the blimp, but it might be a little bit bright. And I don't think I'm going to do indicator lights on this one because it has so many freaking docking ports. When I only have two, then I do like to put a green light on the same side as the docking port so that when I'm approaching, it just gives me another visual indicator of where I can park. I don't think it's going to be necessary on this one. Like, we have red lights on the backside of most of our most of our transports. So if something's already docked there, then we will have a red light to kind of let us know, like, hey, you know, can't park here. So just regular display lighting, I think. But, Kraken test. Let's switch over to anything else. We no longer have the ability to revert that flight. So we're going to pay out of pocket for it from start to finish. Very low orbit at 88K? Yeah, because we're on a scaled solar system, so the top of the atmosphere is at 85K instead of 75. Yeah, hopefully it won't be Kraken bait. This is one of our little science probes. I'm just going to wait a moment for its solar panels to train in on the sun. Make sure that I don't switch off of the vessel when it's not generating power, otherwise it'll be dead when I come back to it. This one's got quite the delay. It's not going to actually leave for Mimnus for about a day. And we're going to do this several times, so please forgive me, but I don't want to put any more of these fucking things up there and then find out later that they're cracking. Or that they're going to kraken. So we're looking for random explosions and how we fix them as we switch back and forth. I'm not too worried about the top of the station, to be honest, even with the arms the way that they are. I think they're fine, because I don't have persistent rotation in, and that was most of the problem that I had with the previous ones of similar design. I'm mostly worried about the batteries on the bottom that are all clipped into the supply tanks. And even the antennas a little bit. So I expect if we're going to have a problem, it's going to be right in here. But nothing bad happened that time. Switch off to something else. We'll do a little bit of time warp and then we'll switch back to it. Just see if that changes anything. Because I really don't have a clear understanding outside of clipped parts on what makes some things kraken and other things not kraken. But it was kind of crazy. I used to use it during like breaks when I would go for a break. We had one station that was somewhat similar to this one, but far longer arms going up and down off of it. I'm just going to do a little bit of time warp. Where the fuck is this thing at? What is this thing doing? Oh, Oh, okay. So I was really confused because I could clearly see two different moons moving in the background there, and we were definitely outside of them. If the moons are in the same fucking direction as the home world, something went wrong. So when I updated the game from version 1.7.1, I also updated Copernicus and JNSQ. I went to 1.7.3 and I went to version 0.7 of JNSQ and the appropriate 1.7.3 version of Copernicus. That repositioned Minmus. So this is where Minmus should be in about 4 days, but now that I updated it, it's all the way over here. So it's up to you guys on how we do it. We can either relaunch these and just send them all the way back out to the new Minmus location, or what we were thinking, what Isley and I were kind of thinking, is once my alarm goes off where I'm going to circularize, then just move it over into the orbit of Minmus. Since the probe is performing right, but the moon moved, we have 3 of those that we would have to do it for. All 3 of these were outside of the sphere of influence of Minmus when it was relocated, so all 4 of them are going to go out to, you know, where it should be. But it's kind of up to you guys if that's going to bug you that I just, you know, move that when our alarm goes off. Then fuck it, we'll just launch another one. One thing that I will want to do though is destroy this. We'll have to get rid of the old one. But for something like that just happened to happen because we updated the game, I'm okay with moving it. It doesn't give us any artificial advantage or anything like that, and it saves us the travel time of putting another set out. Because all 3 of those mainly have to do with scan satellite contracts, so kind of okay with it because they take a certain amount of time to do anyway. And if anything, our vessels are now designed a little bit more overpowered than they need to be, because they were designed to go to a moon that was in a higher orbit than it is now. I'm not seeing anything wonky with this. This thing is looking stable as fuck. But I do want to switch over to something else and come back again. We're going to do that one more time, probably. We'll do a little time warp on this one, too. One thing that I'm not going to do is cheat them into orbit until their alarm goes off. When their alarm goes off, they should be at their periapsis. So they should be right up next to the moon, so I'm still going to make them go the extra travel time before I relocate them. But I think it's fair enough. I don't have any problem with it. This is yet another science probe that's well on its way out to, I think, the inner moon. Although it could be the first Minmus one. I don't recall that one has actually arrived yet. Nope, this one's on its way out to the... oh, this one's on its way home from the moon. That's why I have a follow-up maneuver in here. So this one should be loaded up with data. We just need to do some additional maneuvers to get it back home. Am I wrong, actually? Wait a minute. Are you approaching AP or PE? So you're approaching AP? Okay, this is the one that we just launched then. Let's do a little bit of time warp, and then we'll switch back over to that station. I want to do it one more time. Oh, I'm actually coming up on a maneuver. Let's jump over to that and just get her done. And then we're gonna, if the station passes all of our checks, we'll flip it retrograde, and we're gonna deorbit it. We're just gonna burn retrograde and let it burn up. Well, it probably won't burn up. Stations kind of have a tendency to hit the ground, but we're gonna destroy it. And then we'll go and put our lighting on the next version, and that'll be the proper one. So we want to turn that one into a hotel. Alright, so this thing is nearly at its periapsis. Oh, I'm wrong. It's not one of the arrival probes. This is the one that's heading out to Minmus. The second probe that's heading out to Minmus. So we're on target. We've got a stable connection. We should be good to go. Let's go ahead and time warp. Let it do its burn. These probes just have, like, pretty much 4 of every science thing that we have on them. And so we're going to exhaust all of the science in high space and low space around both moons. But I need a second probe so that we can send a sample of some of those things over to the science station. Oh, good old barbecue smell. I have a couple of them picked out at Lowe's that I want to pick out. Well, not both of them. I want to pick one or the other. But I was kind of thinking about getting a smoker. And if I get a smoker, I probably won't get a barbecue. Because I can use it as a barbecue. It's only like $150 for one that can fit 2 turkeys. I'm just not sure if the tinder box is going to be big enough. So I was thinking about cutting it open and just making it bigger. Because the next step up, I think is about $250. Or won't be able to hold as much stuff. Yeah, it's a really good deal. And it's a Weber? So it's a pretty good brand, too. It just seems like you'll have to add wood a lot. The tinderbox on it didn't seem to be very big. But I don't know, I haven't actually gone and looked at it in person either. I was just looking at their online stiffs. Okay, let's turn off the flight computer. I want this to go and hold prograde, and we'll go check its work. It looks like we're off a little bit. So, according to our maneuver node, we're going to get there before the moon does. So what we're going to have to do is fly past the orbit of the moon and catch it on the other side. I think I will aim it for a polar orbit. For this particular kind of probe, it doesn't really matter all that much. Ah, fuck me. I forgot. I don't have any forward-facing nozzles on this stupid thing. Just side nozzles. It's going to be a little bit more difficult for me to adjust unless I want to flip back and forth over and over again. No, I'm going to have to flip around. This is gonna be a proper fucking nightmare. Because now I need to flip around the other way. I think what I'll do is just kill RCS when it looks like it's in the general vicinity of where I'm gonna want, and then we'll wait until a little bit later in the flight, and we'll do a follow-up maneuver when it's not quite so touchy. Let's get it somewhat close. Turn off RCS. But I do want PE to be much lower, so before I transfer into the sphere of influence, actually it'll be fine if we do it when we're in the sphere of influence and in this. We'll just add a maneuver here for radial in, and then we'll have a follow-up maneuver at PE once we reach it. 3 kilometers is probably a little dangerous. Let's aim for... I know I want to be under 30. Let's aim for about 20. Yeah, it's a very minor investment. We'll tell the flight computer to take care of that. So since we're in a scaled solar system, it's going to take us 22 days for this probe to actually get out to Nimnus. Nearly a month altogether for most of these, and then we have a return trip too. That was the other reason why I was thinking about just moving these into orbit instead of instead of doing the relaunch. It's just adding a lot of time to the final mission, you know? And just in case I don't have a connection at that point, I think I'm going to also add a follow-up maneuver to circularize. And we'll feed both of those into the flight computer at once. So we're going to have 23 days until we get to this point. 23 days, 0 hour. We're going to have 5 hours between this point and our new periapsis to regain connection if I lose the connection. But it looks like it'll work just fine. And the advantage of a polar orbit is I really don't have to worry about our return trip all that much. Because we'll just exit out either this way or this way, and all we're looking for is a low PE, and then we'll circularize. Yeah, should work. Okay, so back over to the station. This is the last time I'm going to check it. If it's going to Kraken, I just want to know. And if it does, it's going to cost us even more money. We'll put up another one for testing. But if not, we should be good to go. And then we only have a zoology bay on one of our stations. So the other two stations need a resupply drone design. That's for the docking port senior that's at the bottom. All that thing's for is for food cans. Just attach some food cans to that. Any Kraken? Eh? Anything weebling and wobbling on me? No, it looks perfectly fine. Looking good. And then the maneuvering drone, or the resupply drone, is also for maneuvering. Like if I want to change the orientation of the station or anything like that, the drone is the only way to do that. This cannot move on its own with mandatory RCS because I haven't included any monopropellant nozzles. I think it's going to be fine. Oh, let's go ahead and deorbit it. I'm going to want to do it in the day, but we can go ahead and assume retrograde now. We're going to do some air quotes durability testing. It's going to be fine. I wonder if we can get more of this to blow up if I come in at a higher speed. I only have 500 meters a second that I can fuck with, though. So maybe instead of going retrograde and slowing down here, what if I were to just change our orbit inward? Oh yeah, that'd totally do it. Okay, that's what we'll do. So I want this to hold retrograde, and then we'll just time warp over to around morning time. If it'll ever get on the mark here. And then we're gonna blow it up. You get a 19 on your first roll? Nice. Poor Anodin's been seeking the 20 for, what, 4 days now? 5 days now? I don't think we've seen a 20 yet, though, have we? We don't see very frequent 19s either. So, how about right in here? How are we doing on power? May have to wait a second to get some power. Oh, I get just enough. Let's go radial in. And instead of slowing down, I'm going to change our vector so that we're going to fly through the atmosphere. And we're going to aero brake with this thing and see if we can get more of it destroyed before it hits the ground. Been lurking for a bit and recently bought KSP after watching us. GG, sir. Enjoy your lurks when you get them in. And enjoy that KSP. I fucking love this game. It's got a bit of a wall to climb for the initial learning curve, but it's so worth it. And with map packs and the amazing modding community that this game has, you really don't need any other games for quite some time. So, if you remember before, when I had my PE too low, but my AP was too high, we're going to do the opposite. We're going to lower PE, which we're approaching right now, by just burning toward the planet. And therefore, we can maintain our current speed and hopefully inflict a little bit more damage on this as we go through the atmosphere. So I think I'm going to burn this down to, I don't know. Let's go all the way down to 30 and see what happens. And I think it might look cooler if we have it hold radial out so that it's pointed upward. Let's go ahead and change our view here. I'm going to have a flip all the way around and then we'll go into time warp and see what breaks first. We'll just do physics warp while it gets into position. We are going to break shit. So we just hit the upper atmosphere. We're still going orbital velocity. And we're going to speed up as we approach the ground until air resistance negates that that little pull there. Ooh, ha 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 ha. This is going to be fun. I hope. Either way, I don't think it's going to survive. I think we'll be fine. I could have also sped it up and just slightly changed our angle, but it takes so long to burn with this fucking thing, you know? Alright. Stable enough. Let's go into time warp. Got a little bit of a sway in it. A bit of a shimmy. Wow, we're at 76 kilometers and we're already seeing some parts start to overheat. Let's see if we can find a good view here. Looks like the solar panels are definitely going first. We only make cracking dents? No, we tested it. It hopefully won't have any problem with cracking. I didn't see any parts like moving. Everything looks perfectly fine. The only reason that we're pulling this station out of orbit is so that we can get a hotel contract for this too. And then we can get paid to bring tourists up to it. Otherwise, we totally could have left it. I mean, the station did a fine job. It's looking pretty decent. Should I detach this part too? Let's kick that guy out of here, because it's kind of helping us maintain control. We don't want your help. Just get out of here, sir. Get out of here. So this is what the final station will look like without the resupply drone or anything attached to it. Solar panel number 1 down. The rest of them are quickly gonna follow. We're starting to see everything glowing, and we're only at 68 kilometers. Should we do a little bit of physics warp here? Still only solar panels blown up so far, I think. Goodbye, little station. Wow, like the whole thing is glowing now. There's 2 parts in here that look like they're okay at the moment. Oh, we were going fucking fast. It's finally starting to top out, and air resistance is great enough that we're starting to slow down a little bit. A Viking funeral? Exactly. Oh, it's starting to spin. It's gonna try to lawn dart on us, huh? So much for that last solar panel that was at least somewhat protected by other parts up until then. Shit, we're in the Great Desert. Are we gonna hit the fucking Space Center? No, we're good. We're gonna fall short. Man, that would suck. Yeah, I don't think we're getting any of our deposit back at all. Unfortunately, none of this was in any way recoverable. We're gonna have to do this every time our contract gets screwed up, too. Starting to get our re-entry effects. We're still going at 3.8 kilometers a second. I'm not seeing as many explosions as I expected, though. I figured the next part to go would be the little farms on the bottom. Oh, what was that? Oh, there goes our arms. One of the little farms went. Here goes another one. Trying to get a better view of what parts are overheating. But it's not working with me. There goes our engine. Bye, engine. Apparently we have enough surface area on this thing. Oh, there goes the blimp, the inflatable in the middle. We have enough surface area that we're actually slowing down more quickly than our engine was. Should have burned prograde after 30? Oh yeah, we could have. We did have a lot of fuel in it. And somehow the probe core is at the end of this and doing just fine. The probe core is actually in that part. We are now a multi-part vessel. And I'm hoping that it'll switch us off to another part when the probe core goes, but... Wow, the probe core is still there! Inside of its little service bay. I don't know, we may have bombed the shit out of all of the surrounding area around the Space Center. It's all the way over there, though. Looks a little like Columbia. Aww. Too soon. Aww. Open it up. Amazingly, it had enough battery charge and its Omni antenna in there, so it is able to open up. Crap, I think this is gonna hit the ground. Got your plane to go so fast it disintegrated? Nice. See, now usually, the reason that I did that, usually our station's hitting one big chunk. So I wanted to see if we were coming in a little bit faster, if we could actually destroy the whole thing in the atmosphere, and I still fucking failed. Like, there's still parts of this that are gonna have to hit the ground. Now fly it and land it safely. Well, I think that might be outside of my skill set. We do have some reaction wheels in here, but our battery blew up. So even though we had enough power to open up the doors, we are now officially fucked. Let's go ahead and time warp down to the surface. Goodbye, cruel world. Looks like we're gonna hit in the water. And hopefully junk cleanup has picked up all the rest of those parts. I'm gonna be fucking pissed if we have all that suborbital junk flying around still. Nope, we're looking good. Dink. And it looks like our part is gonna be the last part to hit the ground here. I don't know what the hell Trajectories is doing here. Alright. So we destroyed 2 stations so far. Mr. Wolves, how are you doing today, sir? Thank you for the host, man. Good to see you again. What have you been playing lately? Oh, I spelled it wrong? Oh, I had too many T's. Too many T's. Oh, you're playing Satisfactory? What do you think? We were talking about it yesterday. So apparently some of our parts were destroyed. Just a couple of them. Back over to the Space Center. We need to do a tour. You got 2 19s in a row? What? Gorm hacked the bot. Are you going to be streaming anytime soon, Mr. Wolves? Unfortunately, I haven't caught your channel in quite a while. Do you still stream on a regular schedule or anything? You're doing Satisfactory too, Deadly? So we can just load up our car, because we've already accepted the contract. We want our staff car. And Mr. Jebediah can do the tour. Recover him from getting ill? Oh no. Hopefully he'll be on your feet again soon. Doing Satisfactory from 3 to 5 p.m.? Well, how the hell have I missed your streams then? Because that's about, like, right after I get done. 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. Eastern? Yeah. I should be catching more of your streams. I'm gonna have to keep a more diligent eye out. Sorry about that, though. I've been wanting to get a look at Satisfactory, too. See what they've added from release. So this is just a simple little car. Nothing special. We're going to use it to take an investor, a potential investor, around on a tour of the facility. And we're going to hopefully redeploy that hotel that we just built. We have to add lights, too. Don't let me forget. Because I will forget. We're going to redeploy it, but it's going to count as a hotel, so we can actually get paid to bring tourists up to it. That's why you stream after mine? So, usually about the time I get done, about 2 something, about how long after that is it when you usually start? Because that's probably the problem. By then, I've probably thrown the host out and started watching a movie or playing a game or, you know, just chilling. Well, I was going to try and stay on the roads. Got a little iffy there for a second. Eventually, I'm hoping that this will become our rover, and we're going to bring it up to the moon. Don't know which moon. One of the moons, though. But it depends on what other parts we unlock. I might go and swap some stuff out. I'm definitely looking for stronger wheels. Because these are okay, but I think we could do better. Let's get our ladder down for our visitor. And we need to take Tidefall. The other one will give us a casino contract, but then we need asteroids, so we do this a lot. We've been having Kraken problems, so I thought we had it taken care of, but we didn't. So we'll just go and grab this guy. Retract that. I don't know why he disappears, too. That didn't used to happen. I have no idea. I can still transfer crew. Oh, shit. I can't. The game ate him. That's really good to know now, before I start to use these fucking things. Because I'm assuming that's a problem with the part. Could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure. And I cannot remember the order of everything that they want to go to. I think I got it pretty well down, though. I think we go spaceplane hangar, astronaut or admin building, then astronaut complex, then we hit R&D, then the VAB, and then the tracking station. But I need to get our missions up and find it. I'm going to get this one first, and we'll get on a nice stretch of road. And if I'm wrong, fuck it. We just drove the car a little bit further than we needed to. We'll live. I'm hoping that I don't pop any tires. So this is our space plane hangar. Yeah, let's see if we can find it. It's usually at the very, 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 very bottom. You get 2 11s in a row now? It's broken. It's Bjorked. I hope we're in the right way. I don't think it randomizes it. I'm pretty sure that you take them to the same spots every time, but I'm not positive. We have so many fucking contracts. Ah, nailed it. Okay, admin building, astronaut complex, R&D, VAB, and then the tracking station. Sweet. Don't give up. You were so close. So we just gotta hook around to the other side here. Plus, I'm a little bit worried that this isn't gonna weigh enough. And then it might not make a very good rover. So I think when we go to the rover version, we'll just phase out the airlock here, since apparently it eats people. I'm not sure why it's eating people. I definitely don't recall having that issue in 1.4, but our tourists should be down here. We should have a little picture of them. We definitely should be able to transfer them out of that airlock. But it's still counting, so apparently they're somewhere on the vessel. Let's go and check that. Maybe it moved him into the next available part or something. Take an interior look. Nope, they are fucking gone. Scary. Yeah, there you go. You got a 245. That's way better than a 20. We need some cruising music for this. But alas, I don't have any. So 1:50 your time now. It's almost noon for me. So yeah, it's probably just that by the time you are getting started, I'm like watching a movie. Depends on who we're hanging out with and whether I have a show going on. But usually I throw the host out, chill for a little bit, and then I go like chat only mode. I've been watching all kinds of stuff lately. I've been binge watching The Expanse, finishing up the final season of Orange is the New Black right now. I think I got a couple episodes of that left. And then I was on kind of a sci-fi movie kick for a minute there. So I went back and watched all the Alien movies. Bunch of random old shit, Spaceballs. Bunch of good stuff. That would have been the height of irony. Roll a 420-sided die and hit 20 on the first one. You liking The Expanse too, Chrissy? The next season is supposed to be out in December. The first season that Amazon has paid for. The previews are already out if you haven't seen them. But honestly, if you're anything like me, don't watch the previews. Just wait for it to come out. Because they do give you some key details. I didn't know where it was going to go. I never read the books. So I didn't know where it was going to go after the third season. And now I have kind of an idea, and I wish I didn't have that kind of an idea. Yeah, this new one will be season 4. I think Sci-Fi did the first 3, right? Been binge watching the same stuff. I need to go back and do a complete run-through of The Walking Dead, too. Though I did feel that that one ended a little bit, I felt like it could have ended a little stronger, I guess. So, if I can find anything else to watch, The Walking Dead will probably go further back in the list. I really like the first few seasons more than I like the later few seasons. So now we have a contract that we can accept to build a space hotel. Gonna have to have 20,000 electric charge. Gonna need a crew capacity of at least 50. Needs 2 docking ports, 4 antennas, so we have totally successfully done all of that. We're gonna get 68 science, and we're gonna get, actually, I think we get a bonus, so instead of 600 grand, if we have a couple of pilots involved, I think this ends up paying out like 1.2 or 1.8 million for us to put that station up. So we definitely want to accept that. And I also want a space camp. I don't think I'm going to make it quite yet. Man, we have a lot of viewers in there. I love that. Holy shit. So we have a bunch of people that want to go to Science Station 1, which no longer exists. So neither of these contracts are valid anymore. Let's go ahead and just decline them. And hopefully it'll generate current contracts. Science Station 1 doesn't exist anymore, sorry. Get rid of all those. How's it going, Matthews? Ooh. We've been offered a flight school mission through Kerbal Academy, and that would allow us to get free experience. Well, it's not really free. We have to pay some money to be able to do it. But we can get 1 experience point, like 1 star, on 2 of our guys, Maverick and Pancake. Blow it up, blow it up. We just blew it up. We already done did it. I don't think we want any of these quite yet. I think we just want to get our guys up, yeah, get our new station up. So it was kind of on the nose. Oh wait, I gotta add lights. I gotta add lights, and I might add a little bit of fuel. Then we need a resupply drone, and we can start working on, I don't know, should we do landing probes for our science when it comes to the moon, or should we do a multi-lander? Because I'm kind of down either way. I would also really like to get our surface experiment packs and start messing with that. Maybe let's mess with that right now. So we have the weather analyzer, the power panels, the ionographer. What the hell does that do? Oh, okay, it's an ion collector. We're gonna need the communitrons. Huh. So we have a goob monitor. A mystery goo observations unit. And this is the one that we want to avoid, the Grand Slam passive seismometer. I've heard that there's some bugs with that one. We don't want that one. And what kind of storage things do we have? That's not really gonna work on this. I need to wait for them to get off of the damn thing. Which is why I had the hatch there. Hold on. If I revert, then we should be able to get anybody that's stuck in that out of there. Let's load this thing up. I want to do a test here. With nobody in the airlock. I wonder if it's because it was a tourist that was in there. Too tired for commands? Just cut and paste. Just cut and paste. Yeah, I can't decide. I know that we need a lander. We need two different kinds, but we wouldn't need the one. We wouldn't need a science lander if we were to just use probes. And we can grab our surface samples and everything. We can keep it far more compact. We could probably adapt the current science probe for what we need. We just have to make it into a lander. Fuck. I think we just hit that bug with contract configurator. Which means another freaking launch. There's a little window that pops up to offer to load in passengers, and if it doesn't pop up, it seems to mess up the game. Went to see an AC/DC tribute band. Were they pretty good? I'm trying to think of the name of the last tribute band that I went to go see. I've only been to one, and I can't even think of the name of them. Try loading it up again. Now you're all kinds of tired? That'll do it. Are you also back in black? It was really good? Good deal. They're called KCDC? That's awesome. Close enough. Might be screwed here, guys. I don't think it's gonna load. It'll be fun with the restart. We'll try a reload first to save some time. I think I'm gonna have to relaunch the game, which is a bummer. See, I'm pretty sure it's actually loaded right now. Yep. Alright. Back to the Space Center. I'll try to recover the vessel and just deploy it again. Because I would like a faster workaround for this. Probably happens to us, I don't know, what, once a week? Once every other week or so? I think it's happened, this is probably the third or fourth time that it's happened. But oddly enough, it did happen yesterday too, so maybe it's becoming more frequent. Let's try this again. I want the staff car and I want 2 people in it. Doesn't matter where they are. Yeah, it totally happened yesterday. And we got some explosions out of it yesterday. I have no idea. It's done that every time I've launched a vehicle, so I think one of them's the autosave and the other one's the actual save. Don't know why there's 2 different options there. Yeah, we're fucked. Oh, what? Hello? See, I can't change the view other than on one plane there. Ah, we're screwed. Oh well. At least it doesn't, like, put us back in time or do anything, like, really drastic. Let's see if we can just exit and load up this save and clear it out, though. Maybe it's not necessary to relaunch the entire game. So all I want to do is move somebody from inside the vehicle out to that airlock and see if they're gonna disappear. So they shouldn't, but I don't know. 640 freaking hours watched. Holy shit, Dom. Are you gonna shed a tear when I clear your points out? We're gonna start doing some monthly giveaways. Either game keys, gift cards, something like that. I haven't really decided what we'll do yet, but I think we're gonna clear everybody's points out every month, and then we'll just do like a raffle ticket kind of thing. We're basically gonna completely rip off the way that Car 6 does his, because right now I don't have anything for anybody to spend points on. I was doing like that whole, you know, shout out the stream, follow back on Twitter, all that stuff, but I don't know, I feel like he'll charging anybody viewer points to do it. Because if you guys want me to add you on Steam so we can play a game, I just do it. Yeah, and then that'll give the heist, and hopefully I'd like to find a good gamble command. That'll give them a little bit more utility. I'm gonna try it again. I'm gonna keep banging my head against this wall. And I got a shitload of game keys. So we could do game keys or like a Steam gift card or Epic gift card or whatever kind of gift card you want. Do just, you know, something at the end of the month. Jesus, even Mark has over 1,000 points. We may have to balance that out a little bit. Nah, we won't balance it out. I think it'll be fine. It's I don't know how much to do for raffle tickets, but we'll see what the averages end up being at the end of the first month, and then we'll probably just play it by ear. So probably like 20 points for a raffle ticket kind of thing. And then we'll just do the raffle at the end of the month. Now this thing's fucked, even if I exit and load up the game. Bummer. We do know what the problem is, but the problem, the overall problem with fixing it is being able to duplicate it. Because that should be something that we can get fixed if we can get, you know, a stable way to duplicate that bug for Angel 125, the guy who does the contract configurator. But unfortunately, I haven't had any luck with that. So he knows it's a thing, it's just, you know, how to fix it if you can't duplicate it. Alright, so out of the game, we're going to start one back up. Let's go take a look at Steam while it launches. You guys got any games that you would suggest we check out? Oh no! Dom was left behind. Yeah, and that's fine, putting it into the bot directly. I just need to find a good script that I like. Because like I said, I wanted something that's similar to like slot machines, where we can adjust the average payout, and I want the money that somebody loses, or the points that somebody loses, I want a portion of that to go into an overall jackpot. So if nobody wins a jackpot in 2 weeks, then we should have this monstrous jackpot when somebody does get one, you know? Hey, what's up, Arctic? We're doing a relaunch, unfortunately. Because we ran into that bug with loading up the passengers again. But on the upside, I mean, other than the wait time for doing a relaunch, the game is a hell of a lot more stable immediately after a relaunch. So what's on sale right now? Anything good? Ooh. Have you guys checked out Wolfenstein? I don't play a whole lot of first-person shooters, so I haven't really looked that one up. This is another one that I was kind of thinking about doing, though. Also a first-person shooter. It's called Hell Let Loose. So it's a World War I, I think, right? Oh no, Utah Beach, so it'd be World War II. World War II first-person shooter with open battles of 100 players with infantry, tanks, artillery, and a dynamically shifting front line in a unique resource-based strategic metagame. I have no idea what that means. But it looks good. The only thing that makes me hesitate on these is I would almost definitely only do like tanks and aircraft. Because I fucking hate iron sights. Looks pretty interesting, but not quite your game. I don't know, I just love anything with a Tommy gun. I really like World War II games. Give me that Thompson. On KSP today, we have so far decommissioned the previous Science Station 1. We designed Science Station number 3. We took it up for its Kraken testing, and everything passed with flying colors. So now we need to deploy the new one. And then I think we're going to start messing around with surface experiment packs. Yeah, they did look a little bit more like lasers than tracers, didn't they? What else is going on? Doom. Mudrunner, I don't understand that game. But apparently my old buddy likes it. And Farlight. Wasn't Farlight a little bit like Engineers? Space Engineers? Underlord Forest. This one looked like it might be kind of interesting. Oh, is it the same guys that made Worms? I do like the MP40 and the STG, but there's something about a Tommy gun. Makes me play all kinds of mobster games and World War II games. So this one looked kind of interesting. It kind of gives me the same vibe as Sheltered, but you don't actually go anywhere. I think you're stuck on your ship, and you're just making like RNG decisions to see who survives and how long they can survive. So you start out with a very limited amount of time where your station's going to blow up and you have to get into your escape pod. And then I think the rest of the game all takes place in here, in the escape pod. So you get these little like random things that'll pop up and you have to make decisions on the fly. So I don't know. I was kind of thinking about that one. I might pick it up. It's only $15. What is 60 seconds reatomized? Is there a DLC for it already? What are you? Sorry, not 60 seconds, 60 parsecs. Reatomized. 4K support, refreshed 2D graphics, and hand-drawn 3D textures. Huh. Alright. I'll look more into it later. What else we got? Free weekend for Worms WMD. This game made me rage so fucking hard. The Isle. I don't know, honestly, there's not a whole lot of games that I'm really chomping at the bit for at the moment. There are a couple of things, and there's definitely a lot of stuff that I'm waiting for updates on, but I own 736 games just on Steam, and my list of shit that I need to play is just ever expanding. But if you guys see something that looks really good, let me know. We'll go check it out. Anidid Impala made it. Nice. Ooh, from Village to Empire. I love me some Hex games. How's KSP doing? Yeah, it's getting there. Still a little bit of time. Erratus Locks? Lord of the Dead is a turn-based tactical roguelike RPG set in a dark fantasy universe. Lead an army of undead to help an angry necromancer in his quest to reach the surface world and bring death to the mortal realm. Wow, that looks a lot like Darkest Dungeon, doesn't it? Just a side-by-side combat kind of thing? That does look pretty cool, though. I could see us leading an army of the dead. Very nice artwork. Look at all that. We could use a little sun, but I've always loved that kind of a way to upgrade stuff, like Darkest Dungeon, all the way back to like Heroes of Might and Magic. When you upgrade your town and your little facility gets more complicated. God damn it, Paula. Now I'm gonna have to buy it. That does look pretty good. Definitely expect for it to be trolly as fuck, though. As similar as the combat looks to Darkest Dungeon. There should be a Darkest Dungeon 2 coming out pretty soon, too. So we can get the supporter bundle, which comes with a supporter pack. What is that? What do you do? Collection of bonus content for those who wish to go the extra mile and support the developers. Okay. Oh, and they're going to add more stuff to it as they go. So it comes with a couple of skins for some of your minions, comes with a soundtrack, and eventually they're thinking it'll come with an art book and a strategy guide. Probably going to buy it. I'll wait to clear up my cart until I'm off stream, though. Probably wait until I'm drunk, and then I'll definitely buy it. Any others? The game should be up. Yeah, in just about a second. That does look really good, though. Let's see if there's an ETA on Steam for Darkest Dungeon 2. Is that going to be the second one? I thought it was just going to be called Darkest Dungeon 2. No, Ancestral Edition is a bundle. Oh shit, there's DLC that I don't have for that. God damn it. Every time I come onto this thing, I spend too much money. Probably won't buy the soundtrack. Let's add all that to the cart too. Alright. We are back to the Kerbal Space programs. Hopefully for the last relaunch of the fucking day. Definitely let me know if you see anything that might be fun. Now, you would make recommendations, but you're not sure what types of game I would like. I play a lot of simulation and strategy, but I'm always on the lookout for something that, might be interesting. And recently I've been trying to branch out into games that I've never played anything even similar to them before. So I bought, like, oh god, what is the name of the submarine game that I just bought? It's like a flight simulator, but for submarines. It's really good. Our KSP started at the same time? Nice. I'm sure that was trippy. Plague Inc. I've tried Plague Inc. and I like that one a lot. I played that on my tablet at work on my breaks. Overlord I've played. And that one was pretty good too. That one's like a redo of Dungeon Master, isn't it? There's our autosave one. Let's just grab the regular one. The bugs shouldn't have anything to do with the actual craft file, so we should be safe to load up. Just want to kick whoever's in the airlock out of it. Kitty cat, quit yelling at me. Sitting in his co-pilot chair. Cold Waters, that's the one. There's only two of them that I was considering. There was U-Boat and Cold Waters, and Cold Waters seemed to be a little bit more interesting, so I grabbed that one. And I really liked it. I learned a lot about submarines that I had never known before. I even streamed it for a day. And it was basically just a day of me dodging torpedoes and failing. But I had a lot of fun. So we don't actually need to go anywhere. All I want to do is transfer somebody into that airlock. Okay, so he didn't disappear. So why don't you go ahead and EVA. Hello? Seriously, EVA. Oh, god damn it. It says my hatch is obstructed. It thinks that my ladder's too close to the door. So he can't get back out. Let's go fix it. Yeah, very much a simulator. And U-boat is okay, but I don't know, U-boat is more like a bomber crew and sheltered. It's more like crew management and moving people from, you know, to where they need to be to do a certain task than a simulator of using a submarine. So I might pick that one up eventually, but I wanted to try a new kind of sim that I had never ever tried before. And I guess I can't say that I never ever tried it before. When I was a little kid, I did play... Frick. I don't know, is it Red something? What was the old sub-simulator game? There we go, World of Warships. I haven't tried that one either. I've tried all the War Thunder and World of Tanks and World of Warplanes, but I've never tried World of Warships. Yeah, Jive Turkey's videos on YouTube were amazing. They helped out a lot with getting my bearings and my feet when it came to submarine tactics. I am nowhere near as good at that game as he was when he first started, I'm sure. That guy knows his shit. I had more fun watching him play than I did playing myself. Let's try this again. Transfer you into there. And now can you EVA? You motherfucker. So I may actually have the part too far into that. Maybe. To unlock maneuvers? So like to get maneuver nodes in career mode? Yes. Yeah, you want your tracking station upgraded. And then you'll have the ability to set targets and do your maneuver nodes. And then if you hover your mouse over him, or you may have to right click on him, it'll give you an overview of what the next step will do. I'm going to move the ladder completely out of the way. I don't want to have to search for it in the utility stuff, so I am going to leave it attached. I think I have to move the airlock further out of the part that it's on. Because I think it's actually the part that it's attached to that's blocking the door. Okay, and it's mission control for flight planning. So you need the tracking station and mission control. Apparently, yes. World of Warships did look kind of fun, though. I need to find a streamer or a YouTube video and go and check it out a little bit more. I think that Matron was playing World of Warships. I could be wrong on that, but I never ended up catching any of the streams of it, so I haven't really checked it out at all. I've seen like the advertisement videos, and that's about it. Yeah, it's definitely that part. Now that I have the ladder out of the way, if it's still obstructed, then the hatch there is too far into that little thing. Check out the mighty jingles. How do you spell it? Do a shout command if you would. Just do !shout. If you could give us all a link to that, that'd be awesome. I don't know how far out I have to move it. Let's try that. I'm gonna try it without the ladder, just to cut, you know, one thing out of the equation. Oh, Jive Turkey does World of Warships too. Awesome. I'll try to remember to check them out tonight. Today's my Friday, won't be here tomorrow or the day after. It's going to be glorious. I'm going to get drunk, wear my underwear, and basically nothing else. Maybe my glasses. That's all I have planned. It's going to be fantastic. But I'll have plenty of time for some YouTube videos and streams. Okay, you get over here. And this time, work. Okay, so now we can EVA again. And now, if you go back into that, do you disappear? He doesn't. How weird that our tourist disappeared. Well, it shouldn't matter then, because a tourist can't EVA. So there's no reason that a tourist would be entering this from outside anyway. But at least we eliminated a problem with the hatch being blocked and people not being able to get out of there. It has World of Warships, World of Tanks, and a bunch of other stuff. Awesome. I'm gonna have to give Jive a follow. I love his YouTube videos, but I did not know that he streamed on Twitch. I thought that he streamed on YouTube. Very cool. Oh, and he's more of a YouTuber? Okay, so with the YouTuber, if if it's not too much of a pain in the ass, if you just send me a whisper, then I'll have a reminder for later. God, what have I done? And the door's offset a little bit, so I want to move this over. Let's move it down just a hair, too. See if we got our staff car on track. Thank you very much, Mark. Oh, okay, Cold Waters he streams on both, and World of Warships is Twitch only. I see. Yeah, I loved it. Like, the game itself, there's... I don't know, it's like it's like being a sniper. You know, you don't want them to actually find your ass. So I just love the tactics and all the knowledge that man brings into it. Really cool to see somebody that was actually on a submarine play a simulator about submarines. Now, why did my lights not... Oh, yeah. Aw, man. Okay, there we go. I thought I had a problem with the lights, too, but they should be fine. I don't want my brake lights to light up unless the brakes are on, but I have to start them on by default so that they toggle off when I toggle on the internal lights in the headlight. What the fuck? Why weren't you on? There's some slacking-ass headlights. I just want to make sure that our ladder's actually going to work, and then we'll stop fucking around with this stupid car. Yeah, thank you very much, Mark. I can see it over in the chatbot thing when you send me a PM. Alright, door is no longer obstructed. And then go from the ladder into the door, I'm assuming. Perfect. It did eat him! Well, fuck me. I won't be using that airlock anymore then. He's fucking gone. Oh my goodness. And I can't even switch my view over to him. He just poofed. Okay, no more of that airlock. If we revert the flight, hopefully we get his ass back. Oh, very cool. So he's gonna come into it with a lot of experience too. I like that. Alright, well... I really want to swap that out for something else, but I don't have anything in mind at the moment. I guess we could just cut it out of the equation. and start to use the top doors. So we need a set of ladders that leads us down the side. And I probably want both of these to lead into a central ladder. I wonder if that's flat enough for them to walk over off of the edge a little bit. Because if it is... they could hop out on top and make their way over to these. Then we can do a ladder off of the side there. I sure as shit don't want to continue using a part that's eating people, though. Seems bad for PR. Crap. If I do that, my wheels have to come forward. Otherwise, they won't clear the second ladder. I'm not seeing them. Where the hell are ladders? Oh, right there. So, is that one gonna go low enough? I wouldn't think so. Probably have to use a full size. That's gotta be upside... oh, upside down and backwards. Perfect. I'm gonna get rid of the death trap on the back. I was gonna swap that out for another part anyway, so this eventually would have happened. Been a while since you watched them? Aw. Oh, okay, that's Jingles, not Jive Turkey. Okay. I'm looking forward to it. Because I loved World of Tanks. Like, last time I went and watched Enraged Aries play World of Tanks, you guys probably have seen Enraged Aries. He does a lot of KSP stuff. That fella there, he's been playing World of Tanks every now and then, and last time I went to watch him, I ended up playing World of Tanks like all night with him. Pretty fun. But I played World of Tanks for like over a year in beta, and I've had a hell of a time coming back from the wipe. When the game fully released and they wiped all of our stuff, I don't know, I had a hell of a time getting back into it. So now we would have to EVA up to the top. Let go. Try not to fall off of this bitch. How am I gonna get you onto the ladder the right way? Huh? Okay. Apparently that would work, at least to get down. Could also just jump down, I guess. What about getting up? How do you keep them in sync? If you only have stock, then you're going by your orbital period. If you don't use just stock, like if you have Kerbal Engineer, then you get a more accurate orbital period. But you basically need to match up their AP, PE, and their orbital period to keep them in phase. But they will eventually fall out of phase, just because of the nature of the game. No matter how perfectly you get them up there, if you time warp through the next, like, 10 years, one of them little bitches is going to be going slower than the other ones. But your main thing is to deploy them all in phase. And usually you do that with what's called a resonant orbit, where you determine your final orbit that you want, and then you divide it by 4, and you put yourself into into an orbit where basically every time you come up to AP, you're going to release your next satellite and have it circularize. Then you go back down to PE, come back up, deploy the next one, and circularize. That kind of a thing. I haven't, but you should be able to find it. What you're looking for is resonant orbits. And just deploying a... If I could type, that'd be great. Resonant orbits and deploying a relay network in phase. There's a mod that you can get to do your resonant orbits within the game if you want to use it. There's also a resonant orbit calculator that's made for Kerbal Space Program. If you're playing on a map pack that's not supported, you can still use it. There's a link to the resonant orbit calculator. And basically all this is doing, so your minimum line of sight is the minimum distance that you have to be from the planet, depending on how many satellites you want to use, for those satellites to be able to see one another. I highly suggest that you go for 4. 3 is a little bit more difficult to calculate than just quarters of, or than just 3. So I would go for 4. If you're playing on stock, then just leave it the way it is, but if you're not, it is set up for GPP, Real Solar System, and OPM. And then any number will do. So decide what orbit you want. Let's go 5 million. This will tell you the resonant orbit. So you can either do a dive orbit. This will be the final orbit. And the important thing is your orbital period. You want your orbit period for all of your satellites to be exactly 9 hours, 13 minutes, 50.5 seconds. And as long as you have that, you can go into your resonant orbit, and then your deployer stays in this resonant orbit. And every time you get up to this point, you pop a satellite out. Then you have your satellite circularized. And now next time when you come up to this, your previous satellite will be over here, and you're going to deploy your next satellite. By the time you've done that 4 times, you'll have a satellite here, one here, one here, and one here. So you want to have some kind of underpowered monopropellant nozzles on the satellite so that you can really dial that in. You want the orbital period, that's the most important thing. You want that exactly the same on all of them. And if it's off by a little bit, it's not that big of a deal, because, I mean, in the end, just time warp itself and the way the game works, they are going to break phase. What I do, and thank you also for the sub. Welcome back, man, for 2 months in a row. So much simpler? Yeah, that's a good way to do it. It's definitely the easiest way. Launching them independently of one another is also possible, but it's much more accurate if you're deploying them from one singular orbit. What I do is just redundant relays. So, apparently our ladder worked. Let's revert that. Let's go over to the tracking station, and I'll show you how I get around it. Because I don't know if you play with, like, scanned satellites, but I play with scanned satellites. And since I play with scanned satellites, eventually I either need to clean everything up or give it a second life. Give it something to do later on in its life. So when I design all of my satellites, I make sure that the bare minimum they have is an antenna that can communicate with any ground site that it has line of sight of, and with the active vessel, just to forward information if the active vessel doesn't have line of sight but one of my satellites does. And then I break all the satellites up. So before I started doing this, I would wait on my scan satellites until I had like all the different scanners, and then I would just replace them. I would phase out the older satellite and I would replace it with a more advanced satellite. And then I got real fucking lazy about my communication network. So now, I think I only have 2 out here. No, I only have 1, so that's not a very good example. But I basically just use my scan sats as my relays. And eventually, once these are all done with their scanning, I leave enough DV on them to put them into a higher orbit, and I'll change all of their inclinations, and I'll put them in phase out here. So another way that you can get all of these in phase is just to get them into the same stable orbit, and then you're kind of eyeballing it, and then it's just that final number that matters. Can they communicate with both the ground and other relays? They can autonomously if you have omni antennas that are powerful enough to go from point A to point B. Are you using remote tech or are you using ComNet? Because ComNet works a little bit different, and ComNet came out after remote tech did, and I'm so used to remote tech that I know dick all about ComNet. But if you're using remote tech, I can definitely help you out. So I've got my most powerful omni antenna, which is right now the double dipole antenna system. I have a long-range antenna, and that's always targeting active vessel. This is one of the first satellites that I put up. And then I have another long-range antenna, and whichever one of these two has the highest cone angle, that's the one that I have pointed at the homeworld. Well, if you were using remote tech, you would know about it. So I'm not sure how you configure antennas for the ComNet. With remote tech, you just select your target, and then you have two different modes. So I have direct mode, and this also tells me like this has an antenna power of 91.13 megameters. Or sorry, this is its current distance from Kerbin. This is my total range, 320.8. So if I had 4 satellites that I wanted to communicate with each other directly with this specific antenna, they would have to be within 320.8 million meters, basically, from one another. So that's another part that's kind of a pain in the ass when it comes down to picking your antennas. But basically, just go big for the one that's going to target active vessel or whatever's going to be your relay, and then so you don't have to choose targets. See, I like this one a lot. If I activate that, this is cone mode. Depending on the strength of the antenna, typically this one here with this humongous, nice wide cone mode is also going to be pretty underpowered. And then the higher the power gets, the more focused the beam gets. So I have some that have extremely long range, but from all the way out here, if I point them in cone mode at the homeworld, the cone is going to be very, very small. So from here, it's just not going to be quite enough to make sure that any surface site that I have line of sight with, that it's going to be able to communicate with it. But I don't know how regular ComNet works, unfortunately, so I really couldn't give you any tips on that. I've literally never once used the stock ComNet before. Remote Tech is one of my must-have mods, as long as it's compatible, and so far, JNSQ, when I first started playing it, was the only one that it wasn't compatible with, so I wrote a compatibility patch for it and made it compatible. Because I really like remote tech. But when it comes down to deploying your relay, it's all basically the same. You want to get into a resonant orbit, and as you're approaching AP, go ahead and let go of your next satellite, and then just have it circularize when you get there. And then if you're using Kerbal Engineer, I think I have it on this one. I don't. So over on HUD 1, the left one, I want orbital I'm looking for orbital period. There it is. Install. So right now I have an orbital period of 1 hour, 57 minutes, 56.541 seconds. So that's the advantage that this has over the stock one. This says I have 1 hour, 57 minutes, 56 seconds, but it doesn't include the fraction there. And if this were to go into further fractions, it would be even more useful because you want to sync that number up. So this one all the way down here. And then they should be relatively in phase. You might be off by a little bit, but it really wouldn't matter. Because eventually, even if they're totally synced up, they're gonna deviate. Then there's one more thing that comes with that. There is a mod, if you want to use a mod. There is a mod called Station Upkeep. And that's another good way to synchronize them. The mod basically just takes that little correction out of the end part of it. You still deploy them, relatively in phase. But then you tell the mod, okay, sync these guys up. And it's a mod by Linux Guru Gamer. Very, very handy. And I think you can keep them in phase for longer periods of time warp if you use something like that, because it actually puts them specifically where they need to be. You just have to get them in the ballpark of where they need to be. Alright, back to the Space Center for us. So what should we do, guys? Should we fuck around with surface experiments? We've still got probably about 2 hours, unless Deb gets off early today. Should we fuck around with surface experiments, or should we get our station up there? Because the station's all ready to go, but we can put that up anytime that we want. We've already done a test flight of it. I do have two things that I want to mess with real quick here, because I'm going to forget that goddamn demolition drone if I don't do it right now. I've already forgot about it at least a dozen times today. There's a stack separator that's making my life hell on that thing. I need to swap it out for a decoupler. And then I want to put lights on the new station, but after that, should we mess around with surface experiments, or lander probes, or just put our station up? We could also do some tourist missions. We have an awful lot of contracts that I would like to complete. But we've got a lot of money, so those can go on the back burner. First thing I want to do, though, load up our demo drone. Actually, there's two things that I want to add to this, because I don't want to have to worry about this being destroyed. This son of a bitch needs to go. I accidentally chose a stack separator long time ago. I don't want that. I want a decoupler. I might go for an undersized decoupler. That one. Then I gotta put it in the appropriate spot in my staging. Actually, it went exactly where I wanted it. Then another thing that I want to do on this is another self-destruct bomb thingy thing. And I want that for the booster. And that way we don't have to worry about our kick-out stage ever being debris either. I'm gonna stick a little bomb on the top of this. And it doesn't look like it's affecting our thrust torque, which is weird, but okay. I want to make sure that's right in the middle of the decoupler if I can. Right about there, I think. And then this one will go in with... I thought it was this stage. What stage is it? Ah, this stage. Then I just gotta rebuild my fairing and we're good to go. Got a 3 to 16. It'll happen, don't worry. I wonder if I should take that all the way up. Would that look better? It doesn't really matter. This thing's way overpowered because it's not just designed to be able to eventually get to its target. It's designed to get there fast. It's designed to... If something were getting ready to go into a solar orbit and become debris, I want this to catch up to it, dock to it, and blow it up before it gets there. So we've got about 5,000 more Delta V than we actually require on this. Oh, I have to rebuild this one too. This is just a simple interstage fairing. From there to there. So, payload fairing, interstage. And this is usually deployed suborbital. Then the Wolfhound takes over. So this is all the way up in orbit with us. I guess another thing that I could do to balance this out a little bit, an additional set of monopropellant nozzles on the bottom here. Because it is a little wobbly. I think we'll go with these guys off at a 45 degree. Actually, no, I do have forward-facing nozzles on this, so that's not a problem with this vehicle. I'm just going to tuck those in on the very, very back here, so they fit within the inner stage. Those are not at the right angle. What have I done? There we go. Because otherwise we're only using the monopropellant nozzles on the nose of it to actually achieve, hold our position. This will just make it a little bit more stable with an additional set at the bottom there. And do I have a monoprop tank on this part at all? Don't. I think I'm just going to go with radially attached tanks. I'm going to go with the tiny ones. They don't really hold much of anything, but... I think they'll do, don't they? Let's see, would this one fit? This holds a hell of a lot more. Eh, not really, not as well. That would work. Yeah, we'll go with the bigger ones. Then I want fuel flow priority on these to be fairly high. I'm going to toggle that one down. Because before I separate from this, I want to exhaust all the monoprop in these 4 cans on the stage that's going to be destroyed before I've used up any of the monoprop on this one. Alright, I don't think it needs anything else. We'll just save over the previous design. Should work okay. Then let's do our lighting for the station. And I didn't hear any votes or anything. Anybody care what we do next? Should we just put the station up there? Science Station 3. This is one that we just got done testing. So I wanted to add a little bit of fuel to it, and I want to put lights on it. Mess with the ground stuff? No problem. I agree. I think it looks pretty fun, and Surface Experiment Pack was one of my favorite mods. So I'm hoping that this will have better performance. I mean, the mod performed okay, but there was some sort of a memory leak in there where by the time I got everything all plugged on and ready for me to... or plugged in and ready for me to actually turn the goddamn thing on, the game was just chugging. It was dying. Ooh. What do you guys think about adding the ability to maneuver to the station? In case it actually, like, goes into a spin. I don't want it to be able to actually maneuver. but I wouldn't mind having the ability to cancel out a spin. It's actually going to be easier to attach that to this piece. Then I can tear that off and just make copies of it, and we'll have 2 nozzles on every arm. I'm holding shift. What the hell's your problem? There we go. But I don't want any nozzles forward facing or anything like that. That should be enough that we can get ourselves out of a problem if, I don't know, if I go in for a docking maneuver too quickly and I bounce off of the fucking thing and I put it into a bit of a spin, then I can switch over to this and we can just stabilize. And putting it into position will actually be a problem for the supply drone that's on the bottom. But I think it's smart to have those. I do have a tiny monopropellant cannon here too. And so I just want to make sure that its fuel flow priority is very low. Then as far as lighting, I want to look at a couple of different ways to do this. 16 3 times in a row? I think the bot's broken. I think you broke it. I think at this point, this is bot abuse. So I want to see how these will look if I put them underneath the docking port. These are 4-way surface mounted lights. They don't shine outward, but they do shine up, down, left, and right. You have the same one 3 times in a row too, Gorm? Busted. Let's try the same thing down in here. Do I want to update that save? Yeah. I'm not actually going to launch it. I haven't put them on in symmetry or anything, but I am in a time warp and till we're in the dark, unless we're already in the dark, but I don't think so. And then we'll just kind of get an idea of how it would look from those 3 points. Last one was 12 though, so you're not cheating. Oh, it didn't even work for Chrissy. Yeah, I think we're gonna go with the ground science though, because personally, I'm more interested in checking out the new parts too. Did the bot die? That's still working. Try it again. Oh, the cooldown's too long? Give me a sec. Oh, okay, you have to have 10 total hours? Well, Chrissy's been around before. So the cooldown is 1 minute per person. I'm going to swap that around so that it's a user cooldown of 1 minute. And let's take the minimum hours down to 5. Sound fair? Okay, got the command updated. So now multiple people should be able to use it, but one specific person will only be able to use it once a minute, instead of just one person being able to use it every minute. Okay, no passengers. Time warp. Bring on the nighttime. Did I drain my whole battery? Oh, okay, we're good. Okay, that doesn't seem like it'll be too bright. So I would have 4 of those lighting up this part. I need to stage the fairing, though. Just covering up some of my lights. I think those two look fine. I didn't even like that launch pad, that's fine. What do we think of this lighting? Seems volatile. So I've got 2 of them in here that just kind of light up the bottom part there. Now I want to compare that to, like, just spotlights, because with spotlights we can go with fewer lights, but they are kind of overpowered. See how it looks, though. Got something in my eyeball. It's killing me. Oh, nice. And do you set a time for the poll, too? Oh, okay, so you did a true-false. Very neat. And how do you recall the results for it? Or do you have to close it out? If you have to close it out, I can wait. I'm just curious. So let's take off these ones, the surface lights. Although I did kind of like the look of that one. Let's get rid of those. And let's see what we can do with just a couple of spotlights. Let's do one here. Oh, that's totally wrong. There we go. And then we'll do some on the bottom here. Because the cool thing about that, it's only 4 light sources. But sometimes it is a little much. It might just be too bright. Anonym's voting for ground signs too? No problem. I'm kind of excited. I don't know if I have all the parts that we need to be able to bring a complete set up there. I also don't know how it's going to work. I'm assuming that it's going to be very similar to the Surface Experiment Pack mod. But I have no idea. Just an assumption. Seemed like they kind of reskinned the things from that mod and made it their own. which, like I said before, does kind of make me a little bit sad. The one thing that I would have changed about that mod, the one and only thing, is it had power connectors at the bottom of it, and it had these little, because your power cord can only be so long, and I'm fine with that part. But I wish that they would have integrated the plug for it, because if I were to put down a surface experiment, then I've got the main power thing, like the control unit, then I'll have a plug that needs to go into that, then I can attach from the plug to another plug. So put down the surface thing, put down the experiment, put in the first plug, put in the second plug, then run the line. I wish they'd cut out the second and fourth step in that. I wish that the plug part was just automatically on there, so it was just, you know, put down the experiments, put down the main controller, right click on the main controller, connect it to the experiment, you know? But apparently not a thing. Let's go ahead and get rid of that, get it out of the way. It's gonna blow up the launch pad again. And then we'll just time warp through the fire and smoke. Get it to nighttime, and we'll see how it looks with a couple of spotlights. Wow, apparently you can time warp and fire is unaffected. Just give it a second for that to settle down. It's a little pissy. Well, it's definitely brighter with spotlights, but I don't think it's too bright. I actually kind of like it. And that's with 2 and 2. We could go to 4 for a little bit more complete lighting. I think it looks pretty good, though. I think it'll be really easy to identify our parts as we approach, figure out where our parking spot's going to be. Now, if I do 4 on the bottom, then this light's going to have to move upward, though. So the bottom's not going to be as bright. But that's okay. We could always light up the resupply drone, too. Yeah. I like it, too. Now, the fewer light sources we have, the less glitchy the lighting will be, and the easier it is on the computer, so... The one downside to those surface lights is that you can independently change the colors in all 4 directions, which means there's 4 different light surfaces for every single light that we put down. So altogether, if I were to do a set of 2 at the bottom, then 1 on each arm on the top and the bottom, we're looking at 10 right there, another 4, we're looking at 18 different light sources. And they, I don't know, they were less bright, which doesn't matter too much, but I think it's definitely better to go with the spotlights. I think they look just fine. Mess with ground signs, alright. Can doodly do. So I made a duplicate of this side for over here. I might go and angle that down just a little bit more. So the lights up a little bit more of the main body of the station there. And then I think we'll update our save and this thing's ready to rock whenever we decide that we want to launch it. Couldn't save it. Let's go back over to the car. Because before we design anything, a lander to bring this stuff up to wherever we would do these, we want to test it out on the homeworld, right? So we need a cargo can, and it's got to be a stock one. This isn't compatible with, what do you call it, Kerbal inventory system. And it doesn't look like it opens or anything, so I can just shove it right up the car's butt there. Let's grab a structural part to put on the end of that. We'll just do a little window. And then inside of this thing, we want the control station. Uh-oh. Oh, okay. So instead of clicking it and holding the button and dragging it over there, you click on it and just click on wherever you want to put it. The weather analyzer. The photovoltaic panels for sure. The ion tests. We're not going to do the passive seismometer, because I guess it just like spams your messages. And we want the antenna. And what else do we need? Cargo storage, container module. So these three are the same as that one. Are there no plugs or anything? Do I need a tool? Can I put that in there? No, I can't put that in there. Well, I don't know what else we need. Let's go over to our crew. We'll go ahead and let Jeb drive. We're gonna have Bob do the science stuff, and we'll have Paula do the engineer stuff. Because if it's just like Surface Experiment Pack, there's two different kinds of calibration that you can do. And you want the scientist to do the second part, but you want the engineer to set everything up. Otherwise, you can get a slightly less accurate calibration with an engineer. But we have 3 seats available. We might as well bring one of each, right? So I think if we were going to use the rover for this, for one, the mission's going to take fucking forever. I think we should build a little tiny rover, a test rover, and see what the travel times are using Bon Voyage and how that mod works. Because there's no way in hell you can pay me to drive between 3 different biomes or even 4 different biomes on the moon. There's like 2 different sites that I might be willing to land at that were fairly close to one another, but now we're on a scaled moon, so everything's going to be bigger. Fuck that. So let's have Paula go ahead and hop out first. Move helmet and neck ring. You can go ahead and stand up. I should probably put the ladder down first, but it'll be okay. If you grab that, are you going to be like head downward? Oh, nice, cool. Oh, nice. So, in-game time, about how long does it go? About how long does it take to go from, like, point A to point B? A little hop for victory there. I'm just going to set it up on the pad for now. For this first messing around. So, okay. How do I do this? Do I have to move it into my inventory? Do I hold particular button? So it was G, holy shit, G and H, but I think those are actually Kerbal Inventory and Attachment System. Okay, stay there for now. So that won't be a compatible inventory, that's not gonna work. Oh, okay, it'll tell you its average speed, so it depends on the vehicle that you build. Neat. So we could build a completely uncontrollable race car, and Bon Voyage will just kind of poof it into existence where it needs to be. Well, how the fuck do I put you down, then? I'm clicking. The hell was that? I'm gonna have to go look this up. Ah, there we go. Okay. I think we made progress. And is that how I deploy it? Aha. Press space to place the part, J and L to rotate the part, or escape to cancel. And that doesn't need attached or anything then, huh? Cool. I didn't barely even notice that little window there. Okay, so your inventory's empty. Let's see if we can grab the goob one. We'll put that down over here. So you actually had to attach them to the surface with Surface Experiment Pack. Doesn't look like you need to with this one, though. Neat. That's the ion test. This will be the weather analyzer. And it looks like they may have little plugs on them, but I'm not sure. I don't know if I actually have to attach these to one another, but it does look like there's plugs over here. Disable part, pickup part, disassemble part. I might be missing a piece. Or they just don't need connected, which honestly would be fine by me. The Communitron. Have any of you guys messed with these? This is my absolute first look at these new surface parts. Mod channel? Yeah, we just use the logging channel for mod chat. Because it's only mods and admins that can even go into it, so... Dom had made a mods channel, but we already all kind of talked in there anyway. So we just started using that one. Should be up at the very top. And this is how we power everything, so... how do I power these, though? How do I connect this to that? I don't see anything in the right-click menu. Definitely cool looking parts. A little bit nicer than Surface Experiment Pack, to be honest. Very stock alike, I like them. Need the power one? I got this one for the power, but how do I, is there a cord? A cable? Do I need a bunch of cables to connect these? Mod enabled, module deployed. Connection state connected, power state unpowered. Let's see, are you turned on? Did I talk dirty to you? Power units produced 2, power units required 0. So there's got to be a way to connect them. Oh, I do? I need one of these for every single one of these? Okay. Let's go and pick up... So are any of these working right now? They're not connected. So we wouldn't be too surprised if none of them were working. But is it just a matter of me overloading the network here? I didn't see a power part, but I didn't look anywhere other than the first tab either. Alright, so let's minimize what we're doing here. Back into the VAB, and let's look around and see if there's any more parts. I'm going to bring out the main control thing, 2 power modules, and 1 experiment, and see if we can get these to work. Okay, we just gotta have them near each other? Cool. Let's grab one more power thing. Well, how many spots do we have open? I have 3 spots open. I like that. Like, that was my only complaint, literally, is having to connect them, like, physically connect them. Finally cleaned your vacuum cleaner? But your house is underwater. What are you gonna clean? Too soon? Cleaned it with another vacuum? Hey, that works. I have a, it's like the opposite of a vacuum. It's a little blower thing that you plug in. It's like an alternative to canned air for cleaning electronics and stuff like that. And it's got like a bunch of anti-static protection thingy things, so that if I accidentally touch the nozzle to the part that I'm cleaning, it won't like zap electronics. I just use that to blow out like all my air filters and everything. That's how much of a cheapskate I am. I bought a thing so that I wouldn't have to buy canned air anymore. Alright. Poly again. No more helmet, and no more neck ring. Alley-oop. Okay, let's grab the main part, the experiment control station. We'll start with that one. We'll just throw you over here. Then we'll grab one of the power things. Oh, you can even walk around with it. Very cool. Pretty handy. Let's go put you right next to it then. And I'm assuming that tracks the sun, right? We don't have to put it in any particular orientation or anything. You like canned air? I don't know. Like, canned air has this thing called bitter in it, so that idiots don't huff it. No offense. But it makes me really nauseous, even if I'm in the same room as it. We have to use canned air a lot at the family print shop, because you get like little paper fibers and everything, so you have to get them out of there. And that shit makes me sick, even if I'm like nowhere near it. If somebody just sprays a little bit of it and I walk into the room, I'm like gagging. Okay, and I don't really care which experiment, but I'm gonna leave this one in my inventory. I want to mess around with the main thing first, and I'm gonna grab our scientists too, see if they have any additional options. Nah, fuck it, we'll put it down. Put you down over here. I'll just put out another set of solar panels if this one isn't powered. Didn't track the sun, but as long as it's out during the day, it's powered. Oh, okay. Cool. Science. Says it's connected. Says it's powered. Okay. So I think we just have to add more of these in the area then, right? And you said it was one per? I'm so used to Surface Experiment Pack that I just can't get used to having to click on stuff. I'm used to dragging it. Okay, I'm gonna put that one down. Alright, so there is some sort of a remote network going on here. This is no longer connected. But this one is. Nope, power state is still unpowered. Okay, so connection state must be to this little controller. Let's grab another power thingy thing. We're gonna have a boatload of these out there, aren't we? have a whole, like, site set up. Connected, power state powered, power state powered. Okay. Let's grab our scientists and see if they have any additional stuff that they can do. Mr. Bob. Gotta turn on transmission. Okay. Oi! Do we calibrate them or anything? Or do they cut that part out too? Ooh, we can interact with it. Doesn't appear to actually do anything. Pick up part, disable part. Nope. Doesn't look like we have to do anything. We just drop them out there and let her rip. So, I'm gonna have to do our communications relays a little bit differently if I want these things to be able to actually send the data home. Because well, it says comm signal not applicable. And I don't see an option to turn that on. I don't think the interact is actually doing anything, but experiments connected 2, total power needed 3, total power available 4. Ah, so they have an independent consumption between them. Power units produce 0, required as 1. So are you not powered? Why does this say total power needed 3 if it's 4 and you still require 1? Do I not have enough? I brought extra. Yeah, I wonder how close they need to be to one another. And without any other way to tether these, I wonder if they're going to, like if I was up on the moon and I was to switch off of this character and come back over here, I hope these things don't spawn up in the sky on a map pack. 'Cause that's definitely been a problem in the past with, like, vehicles and whatnot. Oh man, you can walk into them and kind of move them. That was one kind of neat thing about the mod. Once you attach them to the surface, they are attached to the freaking surface, so when you come in for a landing and physics is finally applied to any of this stuff, I hope that it'll stay where you put it, but yeah, I don't see anything in any of the right control menus. We definitely have enough power. Module enabled, module deployed. I guess it's that easy, just throw it on the ground and make science, huh? Yeah, and then these tell you how much they're producing themselves. I expected a little bit more to it, honestly. So if this works the way that I think it works, you just time warp and make science, huh? Surface deployed mystery goo. Okay. And it just transmits it right back. You don't even have an experiment that you come and pick up. Well, that's kind of a bummer, but that's not too big of a deal. If it were something that you actually had to come out and grab, then you could potentially feed it into a science lab, you know? Alright, so back into the VAB. I think we're going to need a couple of these. Because I'm going to want to bring everything except for the seismic one. We'll see how much space we have in the other kinds of cargo thingy things. 3 inventory slots, that one has 6, this one has 9. That's a little big. That's kind of a problem. Like, the cool thing about having it stored as volume rather than just a number of slots is that we can use a larger container to bring more for us to resupply with. And this way, we're gonna need a shitload of these. Because ideally, we would bring up all of our experiments for all the different sites that we would go to. And the way that I want to do the landings is multi-hops. So just in sets of experiments alone, we need a lot of parts, a lot of slots. I could also put them up on the roof, I guess. Oh, they do track the sun. I hadn't noticed. And it's all a science over time thing? Okay. Put a poll thing with an explanation in Discord for... Oh, okay. No problem at all. Sweet. I think that'll work for those two. I think I'll still just leave the one with 9 slots on the back. And is the inventory affected by symmetry? If I load up a power panel in that one, is there a power panel on this side? No, there isn't. Okay, cool. So let's organize this. So with what we have here, we can pretty much just count all of these as 2. I only have... Well, no. We'd only need the... Oh yeah, we need power for it. I'm an idiot. So we need the communication array plus power. So that's 2. This experiment is 4, 6, 8. So we would need 9 pieces per set. Okay. I'm gonna need 1 more of these then. Let's see if I can fit it under the ladder. That'll give me 2 sets on the outside and 1 full set on the back. So that's enough experiments loaded up in 1 fully stocked rover for us to go to 3 different biomes before we need to resupply. Maybe tuck this one up above the wheel a little bit. And then my second question, since I've never used these before, is the weight of the experiment added to the weight of the vehicle? I'm totally cool with it if it is. I would like for it to be added to the weight of the vehicle. But the placement of these might be a little bit different, so that we can distribute the weight evenly between 2 rear back axles and 1 front axle. We're basically going to want all 3 of these to be as close as we can get them to the back axles. You don't think it is? Might not be. Fucking move tool. Do work. Get in here. Get off the bench. I gotta shift all these forward because they were kind of clipping into the axle there. Shit, they're still clipping into the axle, so one of these is gonna have to go into the back of the ladder. I can move them further down. I liked having the solid line there to align them all with, but... About like meow. Okay. So, we know that we need, what, 4 power units, right? That's true, Kerbals don't count as weight in the vehicle, so there's no reason that these really should. So I should have 1 of every experiment and then 4 power panels, right? Power units required 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Fuck! For some reason I thought that the main unit didn't require its own panel. So there's actually 10 pieces. That sucks. I'm gonna have to have more of these up top. Am I grabbing the right fucking one? I'm just gonna put them everywhere. Let's see, I don't want them up here because I don't want to mess with the ladder. Yeah, that's what I need. I don't know where to put the rest of them, though. I don't think they'll fit properly between windows, will they? Oh, just barely. Okay. Ooh, another question. If I take one that already has inventory and make a copy of it... Yes! Okay, good deal. Alright, so revamp time. Fuck that, fuck that, fuck that. Nah, that one will be fine. That's the one that we'll load stuff into. Fuck that, and fuck that. Because if I can load this into one and then make copies of it, oh hell yeah, that's the way we're going. So for the main one here, let's do the comms, the goo, the ion one, and the weather analyzer. Then we'll do the main control thingy thing, and we'll do 1 panel. And let's see, how many are we going to be able to fit? And then I want to pick that up, and I want to put it back down where it was. And I'm hoping that I have a whole, another copy of them over here. Did it work? Communicator, mystery goo, ion, weather, control center. Alright. So that way we only need to set up 2 sets. It's not exactly 1 panel per module. Panels produce, a variable amount. So you got 1 panel on Midness producing 3 units right now. And you've seen other ones that only produce 1. Shit, okay. And I'm assuming that these work when they're not the, when physics isn't kicked in. Like these just work all the time. How did that happen? Come here. We're all messed up, man. So if these have the main units, plus I need the additional panels, let's set up a second set. Or should I just put the... Nah, we're still going to need a second set. We're going to need a lot of solar panels. So that's 12 extra solar panels. Oh, wait. I have to pick this back up now that I've edited the inventory and put it back down. So this one should be full of solar now, too. Excellent. Why are you not attaching properly for me? There. All move tool. I'm about to get so triggered. There. Want another copy of these? So now we have 4 complete sets of experiments on the sides. We just need some additional solar panels up on the top, right? Because if I have 5 total pieces, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, then I need 10 solar panels, so I have 2 extra solar panels on the side. Yeah. I don't know what to do for dinner either. But I never do. Carry me, darling. What should we do for dinner? What does chat think we should do for dinner? Any ideas? No, that one's gonna interfere with the axles, so I don't want that one there. Now I don't have to fuck around with inventories, though, until we figure out our ratios. 2 hot dogs? Ooh. Should we do hot dogs? You wanna do Coney dogs from Sonic? Only problem with Sonic is kinda out of the way. It's a little bit more of a pain in the ass to get to. Eat fresh hot dogs? What? Set up a poll real quick. What do for dinner? Okay, and that was the completed packages, so let's grab some more solar panel packages. So we're gonna need 2 different rovers, because this one is now completely dedicated to just surface experiment stuff. Oh right, I can't do that one. I can do one of them, but I can't do both. Let's go ahead and remove that one from symmetry. Pull the opposite one. And I could probably fit more, but I think that's enough, right? So how many total packs do we have? That's 1, 2, that'd be 3, that'd be 4, 5, 6. 6 total packs. So I need 30 solar panels. I've got 12, 18. This is solar? No, 18, so 24, so I have 30. Holy shit. How did that accidentally work out right? I mean, look what we did on purpose. I don't know how I feel about the ladder there. I'm gonna move this a little bit lower. The bottom ones. These are going to be a fucking nightmare to set up here on the homeworld. So we're not going to set up a bunch of complete ones, but I want to set up a couple of them. just out in the middle of nowhere, and then we'll recover the vessel and we'll leave them out there. Kind of looks like it's got ballistics armor or something now, like that breakaway plating armor. So, this would be our surface experiment car. Oh yeah, I'm in the move tool. Not a rover, still just a car. The rover's gonna have some additional stuff. I want the rover to have the ability to flip itself over in case it ends up on its top, you know. A couple of other things that we'll add to the rover that this one simply won't get. And then we gotta figure out how the hell we're gonna keep 3 people comfortable in this thing for long enough to do their missions before they need resupplied. We're probably gonna have to have, like, way stations, little, they don't need to be complete colonies, but little, like, I don't know, houses that we can deploy for them to go from one point to the other. Yeah, we gotta start thinking about dark mod and multiplayer and BD Armory, right? Start putting armor on it now. I don't know what the hell they have for dinner. We could do Sonic, though. Or we could just order a pizza. Get a thin crust. Ooh, I think we weighed it down a little bit. I'm really hoping that I'm not going to pop the tires. I don't know if it's the part itself. It seems like our tires are a little bit deeper into the ground now, though. And I don't know where the hell to put these, but I know that I don't want to drive to it, so we're going to do some tests of Bon Voyage, too. I'm going to bottom out going over hills. Oh, it looks okay, and we didn't pop our tire. We were only going 12 meters a second. Last time we were messing around with these, I think we were pretty well stable until we got up to about 20 meters a second and tried to go over a hill, and then everything exploded. Bacon pancake hot dogs? I think not. Nope. Hell to the no. Oh, it's doing pretty good. Uh-oh, don't forget I need the part on it. What part? Oof. So, I want to set one of these up, I don't know, somewhere out here. Doesn't really matter where. Should we just set them up around the Space Center for these test ones? So, apparently I really gotta watch out for flipping at about 13.4 meters a second. Oh my god, anarchy. Jebediah, the sole survivor. We gotta stop letting these guys drive around in gas cans. Oh, you're right, we do need the part, the Bon Voyage part on it. I have to grab that. Nah, it was a test run, you're not dead, you're fine. You just feel a little woozy. Just a glitch in the Matrix. It's good. And where the hell do I find that part? I don't even know what it looks like. Well, it looks like a little antenna, right? You're only mostly dead. You'll be fine. Risky being a curveball. It's true. It's true. This thing's also gonna need like RTGs and whatnot. I wonder how much power we consume. Aha! Good thinking. That is a cool part. It's right on the end there, you think? Should we add some power to it now? Electrical... I really want to do an RTG. Okay, so this one's going to consume nuclear fuel. We have 20 of it, so this has like 100 days worth of it's gonna consume 0.02. Oh no, that'll last forever. And it generates 125 electric charge a second? Holy shit, how expensive are you? $23,000. Damn. I have no idea where the fuck to put it. Put it right on the back? Probably gonna have to clip that inside of it, huh? Nope, nope, nope. Everything just went bad. Oh, nope. Come here, little Bon Voyage autopilot part. I don't know, I'm afraid if I have both of these back here, we'll have a harder time reaching this one. Put it inside the cabin? Let me just put it off of the back end. Since we don't have a door there anymore. Alright, that was weird. Activate radiator, and I think that's all I gotta do. I think as long as it has nuclear fuel, it will consume it to produce a boatload of power. And I think that's all we need, right? We need a power source and the little antenna. And I think that thing actually is going to last a year or so. See if it blows up. Hopefully not. Kind of like to keep the explosions controlled. Are you working? Are you doing things? Cooling at 100%. Core temperature 281.62 K. Power output nada. Start. Thousand days in Kerbal years? I don't even know how long a Kerbal year is. I don't know how long a stock one is, and we're in JNSQ, so I think that it's longer. Could be wrong, though. Power output is only 0.4 per second, so it must only output as needed? I think that's what's going on there. Oh shit, so I'm gonna need a lat and a long to be able to use this, huh? Oh ho ho. You got a rack full of ribs going in the oven? I am on my way. Pick on map. Vessel is landed, trust me. It is! You motherfucker. It's totally landed. Hold on, maybe I can't be up on top of this thing. We took something that was dangerous and added a fucking nuclear reactor to it. It's fine. It's fine. We're fine. I want to set a couple of these up around the center here while we're waiting on Deb to get all done with work and on our way home. Yeah, what could go wrong? It'll be fine. Normally I would set one up on the crawlerway, but I believe the debris on the crawlerway and anything too close to the airstrip or the launch pad, the game will automatically try to clean up when I do another launch. So I'm going to skip all those. I want to set one up over here, but I may actually have to set these up on the roof of it for it to count as different biomes. I don't know if they will count as different biomes. It might just be lowlands. But we'll see. We'll see what we can do. Is there any way to get up onto the roof without flying up there? I've never noticed a walkway. I do see stairs over here, but I don't think they actually go up to anything. Oh wait, they do. What? Brakes, 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 brakes. Okay. I may have to strengthen the brakes a little bit. Build a helicopter? Ooh, we could. I would have a hell of a time flying a helicopter in this game, I think. Paula? Calm down. Does that actually go up to the roof? Because at least that's one building that we can get on top of. Now, is there another container? Do I have a briefcase? Is there any way for me to carry multiple of these? Or am I going to have to run these up here one at a time? Yeah, you just need some coffee. You'll be fine. Oh. Yeah, that car did not want to stop. We did add a bit of weight to it, though. There we go, make a scissor lift. I bet there's a lot of ways we could do something like that with the new robotic parts, too. Holy shnikes, can we go up to the... Oh, God! Oh, okay. You're fine. Get up there with the rocket, because it's faster. True, true. It is faster. Yes. That's gonna be too much of a pain in the ass to bring all these parts up, though. One at a time? One per curveball? No. I just had no idea that you could do this. I had noticed the stairs on the outside before, but I didn't know you could actually get up to the launch pad up here, or the landing pad up here. Ouch. How's it going, Oaf? Can we go in the door? No. No. Can't go in the door. We're on an adventure. Maybe. It's going so you can't complain? Same here. Caught me on the end of my Friday. We're all checking out Private Paula's butt right now. Going pretty good. We're messing around with the surface experiment packs, and I saw some stairs, so now I'm climbing a ladder. Just to see how far it'll go. I don't see another ladder. I think the landing pads are up on top of this one, though, aren't they? So we can do some HVAC work, but that's about it. Oh, wait. Is that a way up? It's like KSP and Assassin's Creed had a baby. Can we climb up this? Oh, yeah. Oh, we are scaling this whole building. It is happening. And then I'm too lazy to get back down, so if I can't use a parachute, we're probably going to revert. Can I use a parachute from up here? Are there other walkways? Is that stairs right there? Can we get on top of the R&D too? I've seen the helipad. I've used the helipad before. I sure as shit didn't know that you could get there from the ground. Yeah, let's go base jumping. But I don't see a parachute on your back anymore, so that kind of worries me. Press P for parachute? Okay. Oh god. I just realized that Paul is afraid of heights. Okay. We're kind of stuck there for a second. I got a little hairy. Oh god. Your poor face. That is really neat. So is that a recent addition, or am I just fucking blind? Has that been there the whole time? Oh, you gotta be in your spacesuit to have your parachute? Okay. And do we have a ledge from all the way up here? If not, we might have to go a little bit lower. Oh, Jesus. Right in the eye. So, well, hopefully we made it to the helipad. Here, climb out. There we go. We're king of the world! What the hell is going on with the lighting effect there? Why does that look like a fucking window? It's a great job. That's not immersion breaking at all. I enjoy this. We don't have a very clear ledge from up here, though. Let's get a view of some of the other buildings. Do all of these have a way up to the top of them? I thought I saw one over on part of the R&D. Maybe. Right there? That looks like a stairway all the way up to the roof. I can't see one on any part of this from here. You know how often I land planes? Basically never. I never actually realized until now that we had a control tower over here. Ooh, we might have a good ledge from this side. It's a little iffy. think I want to go down one... I want to go down to this platform and jump off of that. I don't know if I can drift far enough. You know what? We have quick save. We're gonna try it. Nope. Nope. Not at all. Oh god. Oh fuck. Okay, we're fine. This is fine. Now can we... Very bad texture. Repack shoot. Thankfully you're an engineer. Let's go toward the other buildings. Since we have more options from this level. This is worth a shot, right? I gotta show this to Deb. Deb thinks curveballs are like the cutest fucking thing ever. Like anytime she sees their little faces down in the lower right or watches them walk, she gets all baby noises. It's fucking cute. Now we can jump, we have a parachute. We're fine. And we just repacked it. Yeah, let's go toward the R&D. Alley-oop. Oh yeah. So it's kind of a bitch to get up there that way though. Do we really want to devote any time to a scissor lift? I'm totally willing to make one. I ain't scared. I think first we should bring up just a couple of pieces of equipment and actually find out if the equipment thinks this is a different biome. So I see stairs there too. There's a couple of different ways to get onto these buildings, but it doesn't look like you have like unlimited access like to the whole top of the building. Looks like you have to kind of pick apart. Oh, yep, and there's stairs for that one. That one's fairly low. So maybe a scissor lift for that one. We also have one for the mission command over there. Pretty sure Paula just broke his arm, but we made it. We've successfully gone where probably a lot of curveballs have gone before. I just didn't notice that that was there. Uh-oh. Oh, there we go. Couldn't get the brakes to stop. Stop brakes, no. No. So does the power output go up as... Oh, it does! Awesome! So yeah, this is only producing the power that we need. So power output goes up when I'm going forward and goes down when we're at rest. I like that. Let's go pick up Paula. We're just gonna drive through all the lawns. Is that a sculpture? I never noticed that either. What the hell have I been doing? Tell you what, mostly what I've been doing is playing GPP. And then we have a much more impressive facility. But I never even noticed that. So, well, before we even consider that part, we need to find a building that's low enough so that it's not that much of a pain in the ass for us to go and get this stuff. I'm gonna have to circle back. Plus I had Paula on the wrong side anyway. So I'm thinking that one might not be too bad. Yeah, Paula can hoof it. It'll be fine. Let's go park over by that one. I'm gonna try not to run into the building. Oh, fuck. Oof. Ow. Get the brakes on. Wintermancer with a huge raid. How you doing? How's it going, Dio? We're messing around with the new surface experiment stuff. What are you guys up to today? Crazy Jib, Lord Grimish, and Winter. How are you guys? Good to see you, Winter. Whoops. I didn't do my shout properly. Oh, Paula beat me to it because he can't type. Thank you for the shout. Playing some KSP? What were you guys up to today? But because he can't type. Oh, shit. Nope. Thank you for... I wanted to make sure that I... Yeah, okay. I was pretty sure that I had already followed you, but I wanted to make sure. And apparently you're hosting me because you just gave me a raid and I didn't have him muted, so sorry about the echo there. I'm doing pretty good, Grimish. Torbach? Doing fine? Good deal. Did Moon and Minmish stuff? Oh, nice. We're hoping to get there soon. Thanks for the follow, Zio. But at the moment, I'm messing with the new... shit, and I can only carry one at a time. I guess let's grab that one. I'm messing with the new experiment packs, and I'm curious here if the different facilities count as different biomes that we can use in those. Oh, my follow bomb goodness. Torcab and Cramp, thank you for the follows. I like that rover. It works pretty good. I'm looking forward to upgrading the wheels, though, because they're a little Nancy, but hopefully it'll get better. And I'm thinking this building is small enough that it won't be too much of a pain in the ass for us to go and set up a... I just want the main control, 2 power units, and 1 experiment. And I want to see if this is an independent biome, like when you do your other tests. Oh, you trolly shit. No, not like this. I thought I could get up to the roof. Aw, man. Can I climb up on this? Am I gonna fall? Do you ever shoot? Okay, repack your chute. I don't know if I could actually, wait, what if we just set them up on the balcony here? Maybe that would work. We play a lot of different, strategy and simulation games over here. So that's mostly what we see. We've been doing Kerbal Space Program for about a month now. And I used to play it. This is one of my favorite games. I used to stream it quite a bit, and then we went more variety type stuff, so you'll see, like, I don't know, any kind of simulation and strategy game I'm down to play. Parkour, I'm afraid I don't want to crush Paula's skull. We've already got everything all set up, and I don't want to have to revert. This is low enough to test it. Because I can't actually see the backpack, the chute. No. I'm glad that I didn't try that from the roof. And Mr. Noda, Mr. No Name, thank you for the follow too. Yeah, big splat. I want to see if we can set one of these up there. I'm just really curious. Let's do the weather analyzer. I've already got the power in the back, so we'll put the experiment next. Then we'll do the next power thing, and then we'll do the control at the end of the walkway there. Did I forget to arm it? I had it repacked. I think it's because they switched my backpack when I picked that up. Oh, it wasn't repacked? I don't even see a parachute on here. I wonder if I can't do it while I have a part. Let's see when we get up there. Paul does have a nice booty, though. It's true. It's true. It's working out pretty good. Okay, so next question. Why the fuck am I setting all these up on the roof? Wouldn't it be the exact same if I were to set them up at the bottom of the stairs? What am I really doing here, guys? What is really going on? So, at the moment with KSP, we kind of have a 2-part playthrough planned out. Let's go up to this next balcony. For this first part, we're mainly working on local stuff. I can't put you here? Hold on. Did I whip it out wrong? Let's try this. I think I was trying to set it up there. Oh, I just gotta back up a little bit. Ah, darn it. Crap, I don't know where the heck I can place these other than all the way at the top then. I think I'm gonna try this off stream. This is going to get frustrating. Okay, so the first part of our playthrough, I want to focus on the economy. We're playing with Community Tech Tree. We're playing with Probes Before Crew. And we're using research bodies. We're on a scaled solar system, playing JNSQ right now. And we're just at the default scale for that. So we're at about 2.5 times scale. Oh, I can place it all the way up here, but nowhere lower, huh? Weird. Okay. Well, whatever. Would have followed through with the plan. I wonder if it's because it wasn't close enough to the power thing. Maybe. Throw that down. Oh, wait a minute. You get more science with a scientist and more power with engineers. When I place them down for the first time? Shucks. So I only want Paula to place down the solar panels. I'm okay with it for now, but let's go ahead and have... Paula is an engineer. Oh, let's check the parachute situation. I don't see a parachute. Okay. Put your helmet back on. Crap, I think I used up all of her parachute. Or all his parachute. Shit. Interesting. I don't know why I don't have it. Unless it's because I switch back and forth between them. So I want to put one more power thing up there. We're just going to use this one as kind of a test bed for whether this is going to be worth doing. Because I was thinking about making a scissor lift to take us up to the top of all of the different buildings to put one of those in there. Have a good night, Lord. Thanks for stopping by, man. So I want to put just 2 more pieces of equipment. Paula's an engineer, so let's grab another piece of... another one of the power pieces. There we go. And then I'll give you kind of a rundown of what we're doing when I set these out. So a lot of the things that we're doing are just going to take place in the local system. Just stuff on Minmus, just stuff on the Mun, and on the homeworld. And basically, I think that that's all we're going to need to finish out the tech tree. At that point, we should have enough like space hotels and all that other stuff to basically just not need money. Like, we've basically become Sandbox. And then I want to transition over to a Sandbox playthrough where we focus completely on interstellar stuff. So no more things in the local system at all. Only other planets, only other moons. And at the moment, we're working on our science stations. We haven't done a moon landing yet. We're not very far into the playthrough. We're on day 34 in-game. Okay, so that should be sufficient for that. And let's go back over to the car, because we do have Bob, the scientist. So we'll have him grab the main control thingy thing. We'll try that one out. Oh, thanks for the follow too, Lord Grimmage. Alley-oop. Yes! Nailed it. 6 heading out too. Have a good night, man. And now I want the main part. Ah, damn it. I need the Communitron part too, don't I? Frick. This is my first time messing with the new Surface Experiment stuff. I played with Surface Experiment Pack. Oh. Okay. Pretend that didn't happen. I just, like, clipped into the base of the building. Yesterday you landed on the sun? Awkward. I hear there's carborundum on the sun, though. Did you happen to find anything neat? Or get any cool, visuals at least? Like, how close did you get? You actually landed on it? Is there a surface on it? I've always just blown up anytime I get close to it. Oh, I keep forgetting that it's up here. I need to click the little arrow. Like I said, first time. Okay, hello? No, stop. Stop what you're doing. Put your hands up. Come here. Did not do that right. Oh, okay, and use an engineer for the communication part. So that's the main station unit. I need the Communitron, and I need another power thingy thing. So we'll switch over to the engineer here. This is kind of a pain in the ass when you have any walking involved, isn't it? Much easier to grab them out of the truck and throw them on the ground. Womp. A little bit easier if I had a parachute, too. That's okay. Alright, 2 more. Monitor. There we go. If you use an engineer for power, it'll provide more. Oh, okay. We should be okay. Originally, we had our engineer doing all the work, and now we switched back over to Private Paula, the engineer. But what I should have done to get more science is deployed the one experiment that we're using for the test. I should have deployed that first. Oh, what? Hold on. It just says surface of Kerbin. So do independent biomes not matter for these experiments? Is it just, do I just need one set of experiments for all of Kerbin? Because if that's the case, then this is all a freaking waste of time. Where the hell am I going to put you? Works for me if it works for you. Please don't destroy my building. Okay, that sounded like a cat dying, but apparently it's just deploying. So I won't... Oh, God. Oh, wait, maybe I do have enough power. Let's go back over to our scientist who's up top. Hello? You're not the scientist. There we go. Mr. Bob. You saw single body? Ah, damn. Okay. And you didn't blow up either, huh? Weird. So, power units produced 2. I think everything's all powered up. Total power needed 3, total power available 4. Alright. But, in the end, we don't need this elaborate of a setup. This is all invalidated if it's just by body. If it were by hemisphere, we would only need 2. If it were by biome, we would need what I was going for. But apparently, we don't need any of that crap. We'd probably just pick up our mess, too. Let's see if you can survive this, Mr. Bob. Put your helmet on. Safety first. No, I don't see a parachute here either. Now that I picked up the surface stuff. Hold on. What if I hit P? Nah, never mind. Step back from that ledge, my friend. I'm just gonna, I guess, recover all these guys, and we'll leave those out there to see what they do. But I'm probably just gonna pick all those up, and we'll just go out to some remote location and set up one set. See, the plan was to bring an entire set out to every biome that we could realistically get to out on the moon. But apparently that's not going to be necessary. So that makes me a little sad, but it makes it a little bit less of a pain in the ass to design it and everything. Alright, we'll just pick up Paula in a bit. Let's go ahead and recover that. Have I ever landed on Joule? I tried to in beta, and it broke the game. Like, it corrupted the save. But I heard that they fixed that later on, and since then, I haven't tried it on Jules specifically, but we did make a cloud city with balloons using the Air Park mod, and we put it into position in the upper atmosphere of... was it Lindor? It was one of the gas giants in GPP. And then we also used, like, weather balloons and stuff like that to dive down into the lower atmosphere on... 2 of the gas giants, or 3 of the gas giants. We're mainly looking for fuels. You know, a good gas giant for us to dive into with a refinery to try and make a fuel source there. But I didn't find a whole lot that was very interesting, unfortunately. It was scary, and the view was amazing. But what we ended up actually doing is colonizing one of the furthest moons, Lido, so that we could mine carborundum and just use that for fuel. You'll sit in the sun for now? Yeah, take a load off. So, what we got going on, sorry about that, it took a while before we actually got to the grand tour here. We're mostly working on the infrastructure to be able to break away from all of the requirements of mission mode. So we want to exhaust the entire tech tree, unlock every node across CTT. We've got about 128 mods that we're using right now. And a lot of what we've done right now is focused around unlocking the whole tech tree and making money off of tourism. So we're down a station. We don't have it up right now, unfortunately. We're not generating any science from where I put those. I think we'll go and tear those up, and we'll try to put one up on the, like, maybe the polar ice caps? See if we can make anything there. If you try it, you blow up, and sometimes you reach 3 times light speed. Oh my goodness. I thought that it had a surface now, though, like a core. But I can't confirm that at all. I haven't played the stock game in probably 5 years. All I've really played are planet packs. So this is one of our stations that we're going to use to generate science. This one's all based around station science, the mod. So we have a couple of cyclotrons. Let's wait for it to all get loaded in here. It's got way more solar panels than I wanted to have, but I need to get better solar panels, and then I can go for fewer arrays. These cyclotrons consume 90 electric charge a second apiece, and I have 2 of them. So those weigh about 30 tons, and we've got 2 Thinker laboratories, 2 zoology labs, and a spectrometron. And we're also using USI life support. So we had to put a couple of farms on this little guy, and we have to make sure that everybody stays nice and comfortable, so the habitat portion's up at the top. All in all, though, I don't really like this station as much. This one was definitely built more for functionality than form. I loved our other station, but I was using a part called the Netherdyne University, and it needs to be updated. It's having some problems. This is our most recent station. Oh no, this is actually our first one. I guess we haven't actually launched the most recent one, have we? The last try was in 1.5? Yeah, in 1.4.5 I played GPP. Video or live stream about Kerbal, but educational? Well, I'm always more than willing to answer any questions that anybody has, but for the most part, I don't know, just kind of explore, you know? You're right, so we should probably launch that. And that one will be kind of a combo. This is one of our first hotels that we put up. This one doesn't have the ability to process science. It's just designed to be comfortable, and it has to have a capacity of 50. So we've got this big wingless shuttle that we dock upside down all the way across here, and then we have another docking port on the other side to dock that way. And I think the total capacity on this one was a little high. I think it was like 55 or maybe 60 or something like that. But we're using crappy old batteries and the tubes down here. This is not crew passable anywhere other than the main core of the station is completely crew passable. But these two docking ports on the end are just fillers for now. I need to unlock a panorama, and then I have a welded docking port in here, and we're going to expand it. We're going to put some big, nice display rooms on both ends, and some viewing cupolas on the end of those. Now might be a good time for us to put that station up. Let's just go for it. Hopefully it won't be too laggy. Hey, how's it going, little brother? How you doing? Mr. Middle APOC there is my little brother in real life, Mr. Scott. How's your Friday going? Oh no, it's your Sunday, isn't it? It's my Friday. I'm off to tomorrow and the next day. I'm just used to you showing up on Friday night. How you doing, bud? So we're gonna do a big launch. And I would like to have 2 pilots on this thing too, because of our strategy that we're using. Yeah, today's my Friday because I have Monday and Tuesday off. For some reason, I thought it was your Friday too. I'm an idiot. I don't know how to math good. So I hope you guys don't mind a little bit of lag. We are getting yellow clock on this. I tried to keep the part count fairly low. But it is a scaled solar system, and we do have a lot of visual mods too. And we want Science Station number 3, our newest station. So I got it down to 200 parts, but it's still a little iffy on the takeoff. With the particle effects and the additional lighting and all that stuff. We'll see how it goes though. Station Science 1 is the one that has 2 8-man laboratories that need to be updated. So I don't think I'm going to launch another one of those for a while. But let's go ahead and load. We're going to kick out all the stowaways. We're going to load up just 2 pilots. We'll get this one up into orbit. Hopefully everything goes well. It was really borderline on whether I would have the remaining DV to get it into its final orbit, but I'm hoping that we'll be fine. All we did was take it up, do some Kraken testing, make sure nothing's going to explode, and then we deorbited it. Went and just tried to burn it up in the atmosphere. A lot of the pieces still hit the ground, though. So we accidentally bombed, like, an entire country. There we go. So this is our newest station that I'd like to put up. I want to kick everybody out. Everybody out. Get out of here. And this one has an overall capacity of 60. Which is a little bit higher than I was aiming, but I thought it looked okay. How do you do the black box stuff? What do you mean? Alright, all the hitchhikers are out. I don't really care where these guys go, but I want it to be somewhat safe from a potential Kraken, which will likely happen in here if it does happen. So I think I'm going to load them into one of the couple of cockpits. I don't think it really matters which one. I think they're all equally safe. I just need, if this does have a problem, I need to make sure that the 2 pilots will live long enough for us to go and rescue them. So let's have Jebediah and my little brother go ahead and load up into one of the cockpits there. And we'll take it out to the launch pad and see how it does. Oh, Gordon was talking about Scott Manley. If you want more educational stuff without having to ask any, like, specific question. But if you do have a question, go ahead and throw it at me. Always willing to answer questions. If you guys are up for joining the Discord, we do have a craft sharing channel too. So if you're ever having a problem, like, putting something together, or you got something really crazy that you want to get up into orbit, There's no problem at all usually getting it up there. Just go ahead and load it into the craft sharing, and either I'll take a look at it and build you a lifter, or I can take you on stream and just kind of explain my thought process while I do it. Oh, the name was black with white text? Weird. Huh. No passengers for this one. Although we could preload it with people. We don't want to do that. Looks like Jeb and my little bro are all cozied up in there. Let's go ahead and throttle up. 3, 2, 1, go. Mods for beginners? Yes. Kerbal Engineer. I definitely recommend for very, very beginners. I'll make you a little list here. Let's get into a bit of a gravity turn too. Our thrust to weight ratio is a little bit low, so I only want a few degrees for now until we get our TWR up. You're going to want Kerbal Engineer Redux, and I'll show you how to use it if you have any problems. You're going to want Kerbal Alarm Clock, Precise Maneuver, and oh, I spelled that wrong. And you're going to want Docking Port Alignment Indicator. If you're brand new to the game, brand spanking new, and you want to try out any mods, those are the 4 that I think you should totally start with. And I need to get my mouse back over here because I was just typing W's in there trying to nose down. Shit was about to get super awkward. So we're up to a TWR of 165. Let's go over to about a 60 degree for now. And we'll just keep pushing. It's pretty fucking laggy, and I apologize for that. Another problem is Copernicus is having an issue with scatter, so it should get better as we ascend. But it is pretty laggy. So, Docking Port Alignment Indicator will give you everything that you need to know about docking. Kerbal Engineer Redux will give you a stage-by-stage breakdown inside the vehicle assembly bay for any thrust torque that you may have, which is something that you want to eliminate to get better control of your vehicle. It'll tell you what your total delta V is, and then you can easily use a delta V map to figure out how much power you actually need to devote to the current project. Kerbal Alarm Clock will allow you to set up alarms so that you can launch multiple vessels at the same time and easily organize their next maneuver, rather than having to do like one mission at a time or try to like wing it and remember when you need to switch over to other vessels. And what was the other one? Precise Maneuver is a really cool one, and I'll show you that when we get out into space. I use it for everything. It's got quick buttons so that you can automatically move your maneuver node to your ascending node, descending node, periapsis, apoapsis. You can click anywhere that you want on it and tell it, this is the spot where I want you to circularize, and it will automatically do all the math for you and set up a new maneuver node to circularize wherever you want. Just extremely handy. Like, out of all of those, Kerbal Alarm Clock you probably live without. You don't really need that unless you want to run multiple missions at the same time. Kerbal Engineer and Precise Maneuver, though, I very highly recommend those for a first-time player. And, what was the other one? Sorry, I'm trying to make sure that I don't miss any stages and that I don't miss my target AP or anything. I want to do a very efficient gravity turn. Oh, and Docking Port Alignment Indicator will give you all of the information that you need to perform a docking maneuver yourself. It doesn't automate it, it just lays it all out in a very easy to use interface so that you learn how to dock. So I highly recommend those 4. And then if you have any questions about any other mods, just throw them at me. I use all kinds of mods. We've got about 128 that we're using this playthrough. And usually I'm around 100. But it depends on what we're doing. Like, we're gonna tear out a bunch of mods for phase 2 of the playthrough. I forgot. I think there's some struts in here somewhere that I forgot to take off of the top of that rocket. Because I'd ripped the rocket. Yeah, shit. Well, hopefully that won't create any issues. Those are not supposed to be there. These little struts here. Those are part. I stole the lifter off of another build. And I totally forgot to get rid of those. But I had seen them after we separated from the heavy lifter last time when we were doing our test flight of this. I should have remembered. Yeah, 128. Somewhere around in there. I think it also counts like our mod manager patches. We've got a few custom mod manager patches that we're using. But I've definitely met people that use a heck of a lot more. One of them will hopefully be on tonight, and we're gonna go say hi to him. I'm really hoping that Linux Guru Gamer will be going by the time we get done tonight. Because he usually streams on Sundays and Mondays, so I like to go and visit him every week, if and I can. Mod until it breaks? Kind of, yeah. I don't know, everything does have a purpose. There's only maybe 3 or 4 mods that really overlap badly. Like, I could get rid of KW Rocketry. I'm just very familiar with the parts for KW Rocketry. SSTU, by and large, totally takes over for that mod. I don't really need KW anymore. SSTU does everything that I could ever want. But I'm not as familiar with the engines, and I'm not as familiar with configuring like solid rocket boosters. I like knowing that I need something with a whole lot of lift that'll burn through fuel very quickly. Okay, I grab a Thor. I need something with a lot of lift but a very short lifespan, something that'll just give me a better thrust to weight ratio on the launch pad. Grab a Globe 5. I need something that'll last a lot longer. Go for the kickback, you know. And then I like the size of most of the tanks and everything, but honestly, SSTU is like a one-stop shop. It's got all the shit. I also really like the engines for it. Right now we're using Griffin 20s, and I think we're about to unlock the Griffin Century, and I think it might be the most powerful engine that I'll have available by the time we get there. Let's go nose down a few more degrees. I'd also have, so this is all part of Kerbal Engineer. I can tell them my inclination. I'm aiming for the equator, so I want that at 0. And it's going up right now, so I need to put my nose a little bit to the south. And we're going to keep pushing. We're about to do a stage, though, so I do want to stabilize. Civilization ship? Yeah, what we're going to do for those, we'll be using mostly futuristic technologies to go and colonize other worlds. So we're talking like faster than light travel, theoretical Alcubie air drives, stuff like that. So there is kind of a process. We're also going to be using remote tech, so we're going to need remote control facilities, and we're going to make them into basically motherships, so that we have a mobile remote control place. Get rid of those big guys. We go down to a thrust to weight ratio of 1, but we have a minute and a half before we reach AP. So we should be just fine. And then we have an upper stage within this fairing here for actually getting it into its final orbit and circularizing. So let's nose down to the horizon. And once we get stable, I'm trying to lock that inclination in as low as possible. So I want it to just slowly be going down, because it can't really, I don't have any good way to get it on exactly 0. But let's time warp through a little bit of this remaining burn. Something similar to the ion engine. It's still an ion engine. It's a magnetic nozzle engine. So it uses lithium as a propellant. It's got way higher thrust, a very efficient specific impulse, and although it does have a higher weight, it's got way lower burn times. Like, it's so much better than even a tweak-scaled ion engine. So we use those for most of our probes. They do require a reactor, so that's something to keep in mind too, if you want to use them. But they're very powerful. They're really, really good. And those are, I think, part of near future propulsion. Really, really good engine. Ions, the only problem with ions is the burn time. The total DV that you get for the amount of burn is just takes too long. And then another alternative are the interstellar engines. Use that for the civilization ship. Well, so with those, we'll probably end up using like airfoil kind of engines, just because of the look of them. For the most part, we're gonna have a scout ship that'll use an Alcubierre warp drive to deliver jump beacons into a polar orbit at the edge of the sphere of influence of whatever target we have. And then the mothership just uses conventional propulsion for the most part, because it's going to use a warp drive or a jump drive to get all the way out there. Totally up to you, whichever one you prefer. The advantage for a brand new player in starting with career is that you're going to get contracts that will kind of guide you a little bit. They'll give you a goal. Filtering through those contracts is kind of a pain in the ass, but totally up to you. Like, when the game first came out, career wasn't even a thing. Everybody that started playing started in sandbox, and career kind of came along later on. So I'm totally confident that you can get comfortable with the game no matter which way you want to go. The downside to career is going to be the economy and trying to remain efficient, trying to remain profitable. So sandbox may have a bit of an advantage in that respect, where you don't have to worry so much about your money. But yeah, start out with a tutorial, and then either way, just go for it. I would expect some throwaway missions though. Let's get ready for our stage. So expect for some of your missions, or for your first couple of playthroughs, to end in bankruptcy, since you're just getting acquainted with the game. Let's go and turn on our lights and our life support stuff. I don't want to extend any of our solar panels quite yet. Well, actually we totally could, couldn't we? Because as long as I don't screw the pooch here, we shouldn't have to worry about going back in within the atmosphere. It's we're at about 90 kilometers, so the upper atmosphere in the solar system that we're playing in is 85 on the home road. Oh my god, that's loud. Really? It's still that loud? I'm gonna turn my headphones down. Oh, so much better. Oh, you think so? Just play the tutorial over and over until you get it? I don't know. I still haven't played the tutorial, so I have no idea. Unfortunately, it didn't have a tutorial back when I started. Alright, let's nose up a little bit. I want to make sure that my altitude remains steady while we circularize. So I should start to see it go up, and then we'll nose down just a little bit. I have to maintain altitude because my thrust to weight ratio is less than 1. Use one for a moon, like a moon base. The Ion could. There's just so many better options for short-range flight, though. That's what I'm saying when you keep mentioning the ion drives. They're really neat, and they're definitely efficient, but they don't really have a place in the way that I build things. Because typically I go super efficient or super powerful, but either way, I always want a higher thrust than what I'm actually going to get with an ion drive. So let's look at Precise Maneuver. This mod is awesome. I didn't place my maneuver node anywhere near AP. I just, with a click of a button, want to move it over to AP first, and then I want to circularize at AP. That's it. That's all I gotta do for my maneuver node. And then I could either lock into it, but what I'm going to do is just have our flight computer go ahead and take care of it. And we're going to lock onto prograde to get ready for it. Yeah, exactly. Like, you have the nuclear engine, so you go from liquid fuel and oxidizer, and then if you need a more efficient upper stage, you go with cryogenic engines. If you have to go even further than that, you go nuclear engines. But ion engines, like, if I wanted to put just this one antenna into a really high solar orbit, that would be sufficient for an ion engine. Like, your payload has to be so small that it's almost useless to me. I don't want RCS on, because it's going to screw it up if I do. I'm trying not to let the flight computer waste any. We're close enough to prograde that we should be able to hold it. We do have mandatory RCS though, so if you didn't know, we don't have gyroscopic control of this vessel. If we do, it's very, very minor. We have to have active thrust and vectoring engines or use monopropellant. But I think we're close enough. I think it'll be fine. Yeah, we look great. Look at that. Like a glove. What I don't want it to do is gonna try to do this weird correction thing at the very end of the burn. That, where it veers off. If I give it monopropellant, it's gonna do an even worse job of it. So, I'm gonna turn that shit off. So we're circular at 92 and 91. We have 600 meters a second. We're go. Mission success. Our minimum is somewhere around 400 meters a second to get this thing into the final orbit that I'm looking for. I was able to keep the inclination down to 0.05, so we're good to go there too. As long as we're within 1 degree of the what do you call it? The equator, then I'm happy. So anywhere in here, but I would prefer to do it at dusk and dawn. I want to add an additional maneuver. Let's go ahead and hide all that other stuff. I want another maneuver to raise our AP up to the final altitude of 525, where we're going to leave this new station. And another really cool thing about this mod, I can choose an increment here, and I can really fine-tune that down to 1,000th. 100th. Yeah, 10th? 100th. Yeah. So if I wanted it right on 524, I don't even have to use the arms or anything. Really dial it into what we want. I actually wanted it about 525.5. I'm aiming for about the middle there. We'll go ahead and tell the flight computer to do that. I don't want it to hold maneuver prograde because we know that we're only going to go 212 meters a second straight forward. I want SAS to continue to hold prograde. Oh yeah, the mag engine could. There again though, the problem with the mag engine is it's too efficient. What the hell was that? Oh, I'm an idiot. I set it like directly out in front of us 3 minutes ahead. I didn't realize we were that close to it. How am I a cheater? So that engine that runs off of lithium, if I wanted to put a satellite out there, we'd end up with like 10 or 15,000 delta V on the satellite itself. So it's a little overkill. Plus, the parts are very expensive. When you consider that we have to have a nuclear reactor on it, the magnesium itself, a very expensive nozzle, plus all of our science equipment, much better to keep it as efficient as possible. Only invest what we have to invest. Alright, turn that off again. Get back over to prograde, because our next maneuver is just going to be prograde again. Did pretty good, 525.6. I'm hoping that we can circularize without any issues. Let's go ahead and turn off monoprop now that we're stable on prograde. Oh, I'm a cheater because I'm using precise maneuver? I love it. Okay, so just to illustrate the benefit of this mod. Say I was coming in from a high altitude and my PE was a little bit too low, but I didn't want to do anything in the meantime, or say I didn't have a connection, so I couldn't. I can just put my maneuver anywhere on here. See, right now we have a much higher AP. We're very eccentric here. I can tell it to circularize. It's going to adjust my radial out by 202.02, my prograde by -193.43, and give me a nearly perfect orbit at 116. Say 116 is too high. I want it at 100. I just move it closer to PE, tell it to circularize, double check my AP and PE, move it a little bit too far, move back a little bit. There we go, 101.7 and 101.7, -205.14 on prograde, positive 131.61 on radial. So I mean, it's just amazing. Like, I love this mod. It's especially great for a new person because fiddling around with this shit is a pain in the ass. And then another one of my favorite features, just real quick here. Let's go ahead and cancel both of those out so we have a neutral maneuver node now. What if I just wanted to go to a 90-degree inclination? Then we just shift it around, and I did that 10 degrees at a time. I can also do it 1 degree, you know, all the way down to 100th, and dial it into exactly what I need. Hey, brother. But that's not what we're going to do. We're going to get rid of that. Very, very handy mod. Add a maneuver. Add AP to circularize. And tell the flight computer to do all the work. Except for that work. We'll let SAS do that work. Precise maneuvers in stock now? I don't like it as much. Like, that mod just can't be beat in my eyes. Not yet. Want to find out if he's a cheater? Then type Alt F4. Oh, I gotcha. I see the joke. I thought you were talking about the console menu. I was going to show you what I use it for, but I see what you're doing. Tricky little shit. I'm gonna have to go pick that up before it starts to annoy me. We're barely making anything off of it, and I wonder if we'll make more with the poles. So I might try it. But I don't know how long I'm gonna be able to leave those out there before it's gonna drive me mad. Alright, what do you think of our station? It's not quite final form. We need to disconnect the delivery drone from it. But we're nice and stable on prograde. I don't know why it's rocking back and forth. Go ahead and prograde up and do this last bit of a burn here. Thanks for the follow, right? Welcome to the stream. Go ahead and turn that off. We're at 526.2 and 525, so I do want to correct that deviation. We have over a kilometer of deviation. And we're just going to do it manually. We need to go all the way back around to PE, though. Then when we have this thing right where we need it to be, we'll count it as fully deployed. Let me also make sure that we got paid out on our contract. We have a lot of contracts. Most of them are tourist contracts. Sweet, we did get paid. And we should have got a bonus, that's why we have the 2 pilots here. We're using a mod called Strategia, so we have pilot focus, I think level 3 right now. So we get like 200% of our payout on that contract if we have 2 pilots on board. Okay, so now that we're steady on prograde, we'll just time warp around. I want to get down to PE. Wait a minute. A little bit before PE. I want to bring PE up over 525. I'm approaching PE, so let's go radial out. But what I'm nervous about is that my monopropellant nozzles are actually negatively affecting my orbit. This might be a pain in the ass. So I might have to wait until I'm like halfway in between the 2 so that I can even them out. It looks like it should work out pretty good though. So let's lock in on radial out. Let's get kind of halfway in between the 2. And then I'm going to burst upward to move PE up and AP down. I'm going to shift our entire orbit in this direction. So if I'm doing it right, we should see AP lowering and PE raising. And if I'm right in the middle, which I'm probably not, I should be able to get both of them to 525 and 525. There we go. Alright, so orbit's all taken care of. I do want this to be oriented to the north, but SAS is doing some wacky shit, so let's see, what's the easiest way to do this? Probably with its built-in nozzles, honestly. Well, let's get lined up here. Trying to do this in a way where I don't affect my orbit all that much. So I'm gonna get lined up pretty much flat with the north line so that I know which direction my nozzles are gonna thrust. About like there. I'm gonna try to pivot us upright without fucking that up. Sweet, I think we got it. Should stay at 525 and 525. Yes! This particular station is 6 mobile processing laboratories. 4 6-person mobile processing laboratories, and also counts as a hotel. So we'll get paid to bring tourists up here, and then we can run experiments on them. No, we won't run experiments on the tourists. We signed a contract saying we wouldn't. Alright, looks good. Let's go ahead and disconnect. Switch over to the probe. We just want the probe to move away from the hotel. Go ahead and assume retrograde, and we'll deorbit the probe. And our new hotel is deployed. I like it. And just by a stroke of luck, our transports, our crew transports, are 12-person transports. So we'll be able to bring up employees, enough employees in one full transport to fill up 2 laboratories, and our 2 available docking ports that are for the employees will be enough so that we can leave those transports up there and always have a way to evacuate if we needed to. But we're heading on out. So we're just going to let that burn up. Might as well let it happen in the background, because Dev is home, dinner is ready, and I'm going to head out. Some of them need version 1.3 of KSP. Look for a more updated version. First off, get CCAN. Get CCAN, and use CCAN to get the latest version of it. A lot of those mods originally were written previous to 1.3, but they've either been taken over by a new maintainer that's keeping them up to date under a different thread, or they are still compatible. There's a lot of mods, usually not stuff for 1.2 and 1.3, but there are a lot of mods from 1.4 to 1.7 that are just fine. So try it first, and if you need me to, get a hold of me, join up on the Discord. Let's get you a link for that too. Join up on the Discord and just send me a DM, and I'll go and look them up and I'll send you links for them. But get CCAN. If the mod doesn't say that the author doesn't recommend CCAN, like some authors just do not want you to use CCAN because it won't install things properly, use CCAN. So if they don't specifically say not to, try it with CCAN first. A lot of the mods that are out right now are maintained by LGG, and he highly recommends CCAN. It's much better than it used to be. I don't want to sit down in the dark, though, do I? Doesn't really matter. It's probably mostly going to burn up, but since I got some fuel, let's go ahead and kick that up a little bit. And then let's go to like a retrograde 45 so that we don't have to go so high, and we'll use up a little bit of our fuel. I want to sit down during the day though. Oh, am I still approaching PE? Oh, I am. Okay, no problem. Radio loud again. Yeah, no problem. If you ever have any questions at all, just throw them in there. Screw it. Let's let it burn up. I'm going to go find somebody to throw a host to. If you guys want to hang out with us, just hang out. I'll throw a couple of links in the chat, or a little button will come up over your chat once we actually throw the host in. I want to make sure that our periapsis is negative, so we're flying straight for the freaking ground. We're just going to let this burn up and get rid of it. Yeah, no problem, Paula. Thank you for hanging out all day. Oh, that thing is fucked. Deb says bye. Who is on right now, and what are they doing? Wow, that thing burned up fast. We were really, really quickly approaching the ground. Oh, okay. Apparently the whole thing didn't burn up yet. Just the probe core. There we go. Switched us off to another part. Oh, I lie. That's the probe core. It's inside of this little canister. I'll be damned. That was quite violent. I like it. See burn up and on fire? Oh yeah. Yeah, we had to get rid of it, and with Strategia we save a lot of money on the launch. So it's kind of cheaty for us to recover any parts anymore. Because I do have stage recovery, but the launch cost is so low that I would actually make a profit on like recovering my boosters. So I didn't want to do that. So I do not see Mr. LGG on, which makes me a little sad, but I do see some really good Kerbal Space Program streamers that are playing right now. How do you guys feel about going to hang out with one? We have Dumbaratu, who is on. He is one of the developers of the Kerbal Operating System mod. We also have Thy Lord Root, who's a very cool guy. So let's go say hi to Lord Root. The coolest thing about Lord Root, he comes up with missions, or if you think of a mission that you want to do, go and basically you make the vehicle or the payload, and he'll get it out to wherever it needs to go. So if you want to do something around Joule, like, hey, I have this really cool build for a refinery, an orbital refinery around Joule, he'll let you submit the craft file, and then on stream he'll go and get it out to where it needs to go. He's just a really cool guy. Guy is really good at a lot of games. Likes to play a lot of retro games too. At the moment, he's doing some Kerbal Space Program, and I would love to go hang out. So I'm going to do a couple of shouts in the chat. That'll just give you a direct link over to him, and I'm going to throw him a host and go have dinner. Have a great night, guys. I will see you guys on Wednesday. Bye, guys.
But hey, whoa, thank you, Dan Shu. Holy shit. 156 viewers.